busy time of year, holiday season. We are right in the middle of it. So thank you all for giving us some of your time today. The first item for the authority is the approval of the minutes from the September 16th meeting. Do you all have any requests for changes, additions, or deletions to those minutes? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Mitchell, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, so we've got our VADI updates now, and we've got Mr. Sandy up to start us off.
Yeah, just real quickly, I'll just introduce, we've got several speakers from our various projects here today, just to give you some updates. So we'll start with Chantel and Jesse with kind of a year-end report, and I think lots of good news that she'll report on. Rob Mann is here today from Appalachian Power, so he's kind of involved in both projects, so we kind of stuck him in the middle to speak to both projects. And then Rob Taylor from River Street is also here to kind of give us an update on that project. I don't think we'll have anyone from the Planning District Commission. I think Jennifer ended up being sick today, and then Michael had a conflict. So I don't think we'll see anybody from West Piedmont. And then following those, I'll just give you a quick BEAD update, and that's really the extent of today's meeting. So mostly just updates on project activities. So Jesse, we'll turn it over to her. And I do believe Carl, our project manager from the state, is on the Zoom. I'm not sure. Yep, there he is. I can see him, and I guess he can hear us. So, Carl, we might call on you later, but appreciate you joining in remotely with us today.
I'm glad to be here.
Carl, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Can you hear us? Can you hear us okay?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. I just can't see you, though.
Well, that's not a bad thing. Okay, Jesse, welcome.
Hi.
It's so nice to see
Good
you.
afternoon. Pleased to be here today. Jesse Wilmer from Chantel. We are at the finish line of this project. I'm glad to report. Hopefully this will be the last time you'll see me. Because next quarter we should be done, which is great. So it's nice to have our toes right at the finish line here, and can we get started? Maybe. Maybe not.
Well, maybe it's because it's full screen. You might just have to do it that way.
Okay, that's fine. So just wanted to kind of take you back to where we were really about 6 years ago when these projects were kind of at the inception here, even before COVID hit. COVID really ramped up the state's efforts to bring broadband to local communities like this. When the ARPA money came into effect, that's when it really started getting ramped up in about the 2020-21 timeframe. And at the time, the State Office of Broadband had about $750 million worth of grant funding to disperse throughout the state of Virginia for broadband expansion. Again, that was great. Every ISP was able to apply for different locations within the state. The counties matched that. And then private industry, like Chantel and the other ISPs, matched their portion of it. So if you could imagine, $750 million from the state, but also contributions from the counties and private, it ended up being about $1.5 to $2 billion worth of funding for these projects across the state, which was a huge undertaking. So our 2022, fiscal year 22 project, started out 3,508 VADI locations that we were to serve. More than $300 million total investment was the projected cost. You can see the breakdown there. Originally, if you remember, we had a fixed wireless plan and a wireline plan. some rules changed, and we then went to a full wireline plan. We did the wireline upgrade. So if you look at the breakdown, the county's contribution, 6.1 million, and that's a cap at your cap spend. The VATI contribution was 11.8 million, and again, that was cap. And Chantel's contribution was 12 million. Ours has gone above that for these projects. So all in all, 30 million in total investment for the fiscal year 2022. So just, this is the area that Chantel was granted our VATI build-out, 5 different cabinet areas that we proposed expanding our existing plant to. So where we are, construction. To date, we have 3,200 VATI locations currently in service. We also have another 2,008 locations that are non-VATI locations that we passed along the way to get to those VATI locations that we've also picked up and covered along the way. We've got 5 cabinet locations fully completed and in service. Right now, we have about 219 locations and then 560 non-VATI locations. So about almost 800 locations that are currently construction complete, meaning our plant is in the ground or in the air. We're just waiting on certifications. We've got an AEP meter that we're waiting on. Just little things just to get those buttoned up by the end of the year. So we're anticipating getting all those locations completed by the end of December. What that does leave out, we've got 2 little locations that permitting is holding us up. One of those is in the Bent Mountain area at the National Park Service, Blue Ridge Parkway Overlook. There are about 17 VATI locations that we have built on both sides of the parkway. We just can't cross the parkway until we get a permit from them. Our permit's been in about a year. Doge cuts, the government shutdown, that's, we don't know when we'll ever get that permit, but we're still continuing to follow up with them every couple of weeks to see where they are. So as soon as we get that permit, we can make that crossing and then get those rest of those in service. Then we also have 1 location in Ferrum. It's a railroad crossing that right now we have a spring of 2026 date from RailPros to make that crossing. We're hoping we can bring that in a little bit, but right now it is spring of 2026, and that's only 5 locations that we're going to hold back. Again, we've built on either side of it. We just got to finish up that crossing. So all in all, we've built about 530 miles of new plant across the county alone in our project area. And at the end of December, we should have about 6,187 locations that were formerly either underserved or unserved, and those should be serviceable by the end of the year. And this is just a quick map to show you kind of where our build locations are. The yellow locations are what we have to get done before the end of the year. There's a couple locations. Up to the top left is that Bent Mountain area that'll be kind of held back. And then those couple little red dots down in Ferrum, that's the railroad crossing that we're waiting on. So all in all, green is good. Green means we have serviced all these VATI locations. So switching over to the 21 contract. Again, that one, grant overview-wise, it was 612 unserved locations, about 417 homes, and then 195 lots. This one was a little different because lots counted. It's a $1.8 million investment total. County's contribution was $200,000 for this one. State, $900,000, and then Chantel, $700,000. So again, accomplishments on this one. We are done with this project as of November. We had 611 locations, and that included the 195 lots that we passed and now have broadband services to them. We passed another 106 non-VATI locations for a total of about 717 locations that we have completed as part of that project. This one is about 29 miles of plant to build for this one. So kind of to backtrack where we were when this project started, all this money that went out to all the ISPs across the state, we were all in the same boat, trying to get engineering done, trying to get all permitting done, all of our VDOT permits, just the whole nine yards there. And there were some challenges, for sure. Everybody was trying to kind of funnel into one thing at the same time. Our utility partners, AEP, and some of the smaller co-ops, Dominion across the state, and VDOT as well, just didn't have the resources available to accept all these permits that all the ISPs were submitting. And there was an enormous amount of permits that we were, just in this county alone, 11,000 pole permits we permitted with AEP alone. So it was an enormous undertaking. And with that challenge, urban environment builds versus rural environment builds are very different. You would think that rural would be easier. It's really not. While urban build is closer poles, closer together, no right-of-way issues. They have their challenges, but rural environment builds also have their challenges. A lot of these poles were not touched in the last 50 years, or they're much farther apart than normal urban poles. So to string new plant across between them required a pole to be set in the middle. We had farmers that didn't want us to cross the right-of-way, although it was established, until their crops were cut. It's things like that kind of drug out the process a little bit and delayed a few things. VDOT on the same scale, so many permits that we had to apply for, even when we have an aerial permit, we have to file a VDOT permit to work in the right-of-way. So there was aerial attachment VDOT permits as well as actually burying in the VDOT right-of-way. So two different kind of permits from VDOT there. So as we got into the project about in 2024, state legislature came up with about $30 million, the Virginia Make Ready Initiative, to help us kind of move some of these projects along a little faster. Maybe we had planned to do aerial, and that was kind of slow, so we pivoted and went underground. Underground was much costlier to do that, but we had certain areas that we could do that, and we did pull back some of our aerial build with AEP and buried it instead. So as part of that Make Ready initiative, Chantel won about $2 million in the Franklin County area to kind of quicken the build process and lessen our cost for undergrounding. So kind of to wrap up where we are. So as a whole, between the two projects, about 6,900 homes and businesses will be served with broadband in the Chantel project area by the end of the year. 560 miles of broadband plant constructed. If you think about that in terms of distance, that's from here in Rocky Mount almost to Boston, that we've built plant along the rural roads of Franklin County. So a lot of mileage there that our folks have planted. $32 million investment for broadband infrastructure. Only $6.3 million of that came from the county. So if you think about it, that's a pretty good investment to get this much plant broadband serviceable to the residents for only $6.3 million. So broadband is now available in the Chantel portions of the project area to help support future growth in Franklin County. We know this is a rural county, like it to stay rural, but bringing broadband to these residents kind of brings what urban areas have as far as services to the rural areas of the county, which is great. Helps tourism, helps small businesses grow, helps our farmers grow, helps our educational system and students participate in schooling from their homes, not having to drive to a Starbucks or the library or wherever to get broadband service. Same thing with telehealth. We don't have to drive to the hospital or doctor's offices anymore. We can have telehealth at our homes now. So Chantel really appreciates our partnerships that we've had with the county and the state. Thank you to Steve and Lori. We've had countless meetings every month with Steve and Lori both. Appreciate all their efforts. They helped us out with the original applications, the VMRI, Make Ready Fund, the reimbursements that we've submitted to them. Lori's been essential in trying to get those uploaded to the state. And then just having them as a backup to our customers. You know, if they had a problem, a constituent called them, we were immediately trying to get an answer back to Steve or Lori to kind of resolve an issue. So it was a great partnership, and we definitely appreciate their hard work in getting us to here as well. Same thing with our utility partners, AEP and VDOT. No, we had our challenges up front, but in the end, I think we did have a great working relationship with AEP. We came up with some different concepts and different plans to get us here. It wasn't always easy, but we did. They were willing to work with us and trying to get a lot of these permits off the ground to meet our deadline here at the end of the year. So we're very appreciative of that. And then VDOT as well. We really worked well with VDOT to get all those right-of-way permits and whatnot to be able to finish out here at the end of the year. We do have a lot of cleanup work on the back end that you'll still see our trucks out working. You know, we had a lot of temp attach scenarios that we're going to have to go back and permanently attach or do some restoration work in the VDOT right of way, you know, once it's not freezing. So there's going to be a lot of restoration work that we're going to work through probably in the next 6 months or so. But customer-wise, we're able to take orders now from customers and hook them up for service. So we've been around for 123 years in the Shenandoah Valley. Chantel has. We started out as a rural telephone company, kind of branched out. We're branching out in other states, Ohio, Kentucky, Delaware, Pennsylvania. But we're still a Virginia company that's going to stay here. This is our roots here in Virginia, and we're glad to be able to provide these services to the residents of Franklin, and we appreciate all your efforts, too, to get us there. So thank you.
Thank you, Jess. I think it goes without saying, Chantel, you guys are a valued partner with Franklin County. And this whole thing, as you said earlier in your remarks, everybody was set up trying to feed from the same, stream, if you will. And it caused excessive backups and backlogging. And I think we've come a long way. And, I know that I speak on behalf of the authority and the organization when I say that it's been a long, challenging ride, but we're getting the outcomes that are necessary for our citizens, and that's the goal we've been plugging away at, and we very much appreciate everything that you all have done.
Thank you.
Do any of the authority members have any questions for Jess? Any comments? All right, go ahead, Mike.
I have a comment for you. Whoever's dealing with the National Park Service, remind them they let Mountain Valley Pipeline cross that without much of a fight. So I can't imagine a little fiber optic cable's a big deal.
Will do.
Jess, I do have a question, if I may. With regard to the railroad and the Park Service, how does that impact year-end closeout? Are we able to do the year-end closeout with those in mind, and they're carried forward in an ancillary manner, or how does that work?
We're gonna present a closeout package with those carve-outs, those caveats that we will complete the work as soon as the permit's in hand.
Okay, and that'll suffice with VATI?
We have Carl, our project manager with the state, is aware.
Yeah, okay.
And will be a part of our closeout documentation.
Okay. All right, Jess, thank you so much, and Merry Christmas to you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Nick?
If I'm just happy to see something other than zeros in the road for Snow Creek, even though Chantel's not a very large part of our project. I do appreciate that.
Well, thank you.
We're where we need to be, right, Jess?
Not all the way.
Yeah. Okay. Steve, did you have something?
I was just going to give Carl an opportunity if he wanted to step in and address your question. I mean, I think the short answer is the state is, Carl in particular, is part of our continued communication with Chantel on this project, and he's well aware of kind of where we are. And I think the short answer to your question is those few that are being held up because of the railroad and the parkway will not impact our ability to close out this project. But I wanted to give Carl an opportunity to speak to that.
Perfect. Carl, the floor is yours, sir.
Steve's correct. We will probably, if we can't get past this obstacle by the end of the year, we can do what's called a conditional closeout. Where, it's, we put into the, like whatever passings are left will be picked up after a certain amount of period or, so yeah. And there's other projects that have hit the same roadblock with the Blue Ridge Parkway. So, yeah, it could be done. I mean, we can definitely not let these hold up the whole project closing out. So we've got it under control.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Carl. Just a couple things maybe before Rob comes up. I'll reiterate just Jesse and Tabitha who are here, Stuart and Brian and Chris Kyle, who kind of have all been part of this process from the beginning. They're not here today, but all of them have been tremendous partners. Several others that we've pulled in along the way from the Chantel team, and so we had regular meetings, but probably almost daily they were hearing from me about this or that. Here, sometimes it would come from you guys. You would get questions from citizens, and so they've been great partners and helping us kind of get through it and get through the process. So I do really appreciate them and all the work they've put into this, and the additional investment that Chantel has put into it. As they said, they've kind of gone beyond their initial cost estimates for the amount that Chantel themselves would have to put in. It didn't require any more funding from us or the state. They picked up that additional funding that was needed to complete the project. So again, we appreciate their investment there. And as you can see from the summary, nearly 7,000 residents and businesses now, and that 560 miles of broadband. And I'll just remind you of the $6+ million investment from the county was actually not local dollars, still taxpayer dollars, but not local dollars in the sense that we use the ARPA funding
Right.
to help us with this broadband initiative. So for us, I feel like tremendous leveraging of funds and to get a resource that is benefiting the entire county with really very little local cost involved. So I think the project is going well, and this project obviously is kind of at the finish line, and then we'll transition now into our 2022 and 2023 awards that were with West Piedmont and River Street. But before we do that, I would ask Rob Mann just to come up. Maybe he can speak from the AEP perspective about the Chantel project. If you recall, a couple months ago, it was critical that we needed that AEP cooperation and coordination to get us to the finish line. And, I think Rob and Amanda Cox very instrumental in helping us alert the leadership at AEP about how important it was that we get those permits processed and get that work completed. And they did a tremendous job of getting those permits turned around so Chantel could get us to where we are today. So, Rob, do you want to just touch on that at all?
Good afternoon, Rob.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you for being with us.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you all for having me today. And I appreciate the kind words, Jess, from the partnership with Chantel. I came into this project extremely new in this role, so I learned a lot, and a lot of people behind the scenes really helping support this. So just the lift that it took, just some numbers I'd like to share if you don't mind. Chantel and Firefly, just in the Roanoke district, was over 100,000 poll reviews. So, to that type of review from our engineering efforts was immense. So we are getting a very much more robust system after reviews. You know, Jesse mentioned some of the poles were short or, you know, not strong enough. These fibers are pretty heavy, so that put a strain on this existing system. You know, that never was thought that this type of endeavor would take place. So the new poles have been installed, really vamped up the right-of-way clearing efforts. So all in all, the county's really going to benefit. Not the internet is fantastic opportunities, work from home, and you know the medical facilities, that sort of thing. But power quality also. So keep that in mind too. You know what this project's done for the community out here. So we, like I say, it was a learning curve. We brought in some extra project management folks. Reallocated some of our crews. So it was a huge endeavor to really get that to the finish line. So I think right now we do have some cleanup projects. What I was looking at last week was maybe 4 work orders, 2 still in engineering, and 2 waiting on some permitting type things. So we're pretty much close, and I appreciate, like I say, just once again, thank y'all, Chantel. So. And thank you. Steve's been fantastic to work with on this. You too, Lori. So I know I didn't always have the answers, but we worked through it together. So thank y'all for the partnership.
Rob, thank you so much. We very much value our partnerships with AEP on many levels. And I know you came in and had your hands full, and you acclimated quickly. We've moved fairly seamlessly since. And that's a lot of work. Heavy lifts, but I'm very proud of all of the work that's been done and all the contributions that have been in place. So thank you, and please pass on our gratitude to Amanda as well.
Definitely will. Absolutely.
Yeah,
Definitely will.
Yeah.
And I've got some updates on our middle mile portion too, Steve, if you okay with me presenting on those too.
Yeah, I guess.
Would you like for?
What do you think's better?
I've got some. Rob and I spoke earlier. I think you're good with me speaking first.
Okay.
Yeah. So on our VA3 project, it is what we're calling it, a program with the Western Piedmont Planning Commission. We're working in 3 counties, Franklin, Henry, and Patrick County. Just to give some mileage, total miles that AP is building the fiber. So that's the fiber that River Street will connect to. 335 miles total. Of that, we're about 250 miles complete right now. Good news in Franklin County, we're almost 95% complete with our fiber install. That's not the splicing and everything that has to take place, but as far as the 4 routes that we're working in the Blue Ridge District and Snow Creek District, we're about 95% complete with the fiber install with that. That did, of course, like we mentioned with Chantel, a lot of the make ready, we had to do pole reviews, so a lot of poles have been replaced. For the overall project, we're looking at about 900 poles approximately that need to be replaced for the VA3 project. In Franklin County, we're about 140 poles. More will probably be added to that as we identify other danger poles that are out there. Going into our specific routes, the Endicott route is in the Blue Ridge District, Mr. Tatum. We're at 26 miles complete and working about the last 3 miles on splicing. Looking for a test and turn up in the second quarter of 2026. Ingramville, also in the Blue Ridge District, we're at 23 miles complete and should be complete with their splicing at the end of first quarter 26, and our test and turn up dates second quarter 26. Going to Snow Creek District, Dickinson route, we've got 24 miles constructed and complete. Looking for the test and turn up is first quarter 2026. And our Sago route, 16 miles have been constructed and complete, and test and turn up is looking for first quarter 26 in that area also.
Or if I may,
Please.
when you all do your test and turn up, will that be done with River Street as well? Will that be their test, or will they have their own testing?
That will be our own test and turn up. They will have their own test and turn
Then
up.
they'll have to do their own testing, but that has to take place after you all's.
Right.
But you're expecting first quarter of 2026.
Yes, sir. our Oak Level Point of Presence site, we visited yesterday. It's coming along. We've got a little bit more work to do there. A generator need to be placed and the equipment need to be brought in the building, but we're moving along pretty good. We had some delays getting some permits from VDOT, worked through that effort, and I think there was some issues. We had to install a retaining wall also that caused a little bit of delay, but I worked through all that, so that is coming along. First quarter 26, I believe everything will be complete on the POP site.
Very good. I'd just like to pause and thank Mr. Mitchell for your advocacy for your constituents in Snow Creek. I know that you've been on deck, and you've been meeting with all River Street and so forth. So I commend you, Mr. Mitchell, on that. And your constituents are very lucky to have your advocacy. Are we ready for any questions for Rob, Steve, or are we moving right with River Street?
Move on to Rob, unless there's other questions for AEP.
Yes. Are there any questions for AEP? Anything at all? Yes, Mr.
Rob, how you doing?
Good, sir.
I think this is in Tim's district, Buffalo Ridge Road. I'm not real sure. It's up near 5 Mile Mountain. Does AEP have any poles to go in at that, to finish that up?
I'll have to check. It doesn't ring a bell with me right now. Unless Steve, no. I'll look into that. Buffalo Ridge Road. I'll get you some
The
information. Mr.
address is
Jackson.
1855
Okay, I'll take a note.
Buffalo Ridge Road.
Okay. I'll look into that. And
Like I said, it's not my district. I got a friend that lives up there in that address. I see him every week, and he has the same questions. If you look into it, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
And also, thank you very much for help on another matter we talked about.
yes, sir.
And if you would touch base with him one more time. He still
Okay.
hasn't heard anything.
I'll follow up. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Yes, sir.
Rob, thank you so much. We appreciate you being with us and wish you happy holidays, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I have to say too, for Rob, he kind of got thrown in this mix in
Yeah,
the middle of a very stressful time, and he has adapted well
yeah, that's.
and come a long way and made a lot of progress. And thank you for that.
Yeah. It's kind of the hornet's nest, right? You get thrown right in.
Yeah.
Felt really bad for him several.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and it's, I don't think we're the only place that he was having
No.
to deal with as well. So we'll transition now over to Rob Taylor from the River Street side. And I know I mention this every time, but you know, this is a regional project. Really, it involves the 3 counties. It's very different than the Chantel project, where American Electric Power is providing the middle mile fiber, and then they're providing a piece of it for River Street to then extend to the individual households. And so I think Rob mentioned we did meet again yesterday on site with Mr. Tatum and Mr. Mitchell, just to help them have a better understanding too of some of the complexities of how this project has to work. And Nick was kind of alluding to it earlier of, you know, certain pieces can't happen until one company finishes their work, and then you have to wait for the next one to kind of finish their work. And so that's kind of the process we're going through right now. But we should be getting close to a point where we'll actually start seeing those lines being extended to the end users here pretty soon. And so I think Rob will talk a little bit about that as we move into 2026. So thanks, Rob.
And Madam Chair, I think it's important to note from what Steve said that even though this is a regional project between Franklin, Henry, and Patrick, that if the information I was given yesterday is correct, that Franklin County will be the first lit up and online.
And thank
out
you,
of
Mr.
this.
Tatum, and thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
So
Yeah,
That's-
that's good stuff. Rob, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being with us.
I appreciate the opportunity to bring you all up to date on what's going on. So just to clarify, on the testing, what's happening now is we've provided them our tails to come off of their transmission lines. And so those tails, they're actually doing a terminating and testing through our tails so that when they turn them over to us, we're assured that those connections all the way back to their equipment is in good serviceable order. So the plan is that when we install our fiber, we'll test from that point through to our end of the fiber. And so long as when we connect them up, we shouldn't have to retest all the way back to their central office. So there's 2 different levels of testing. Once they finish their testing, we shouldn't have to retest it. unless for some issue when we go to cut the customer over, we have an issue at that cabinet with fibers that they have assigned to us. So again, once they finish their testing and stuff and turn it over to us, then we'll be able to extend it, and we'll turn over and test our fibers as we hook up the customers at the endpoints. So anyway, right now in the tails, and so if you go along the routes, and I don't know if you guys had the opportunity. Unfortunately, I couldn't make the meeting yesterday. I had a meeting in Danville I had to attend, but I know that in our previous meeting, which I believe Mr. Mitchell was at, we took you all out and showed you what the tails look like, where the main distribution lines from AEP were running along the poles, and then coming down so many poles, you would see a fiber tail coming down, and those tails were going to be mounted to a pedestal, and from there we would transition into a ground field where we would extend fiber up and down the roads along the VDOT right-of-ways to provide services to the different residents along that route. So the fiber tails have been installed in the Endicott, Ingram. The splicing diagram has been submitted for Ingramville. The HVAC at the Glade Hill remote, I think you all had opportunity to go out there and see that. That's been installed. The power and conduit runs at Glade Hill remote have been completed, and we've went out and pulled in another bond. So one of the issues that we have is because we have so many projects going on simultaneously, our current VDOT bond was running low on funds. So we ended up having to go out to get another bond to enable us to continue to build out in simultaneous, not just in Franklin County and Patrick and Henry, but throughout the state. So we have 2 different bonds with the state to cover all our VDOT work currently. So, and if those bonds begin to get overrun, then we'll extend those bonds or get another bond to continue the construction out. But anyway, that bond has been secured. This month or this coming month, we're going to complete the construction drawings for the Glade Hill CO, complete the permit designs for the Dry Hill, also complete the permit design and review for Dry Hill, and begin the LiDAR collection of and validation for the Snow Creek and Oak Level COs. So we have a group of engineers that use a LiDAR collection system where they'll go through and confirm the actual locations of what's on the ground to make sure that those are true domiciles or buildings where service is needed, and they're not, a hay bale or a chicken coop or something like that. So those activities will be going on in the Snow Creek and the Oak Level in January. We also will begin construction in the Sandy Level CO. Right here just gives you an overview of the different boundaries. So if you look, the green boundary, that's Glade Hill, the purple is the Sandy Level, and the red is the Snow Creek. Also, you can see the AEP routes. The green one is Dickerson, the salmon colored one is Sago, and the gray path, that's the existing Franklin AEP routes that they have across the north there. To give you an update, these numbers are actually a little bit lower right now than what they've actually completed. When I calculated this out, we were somewhere around 90%, and I think Rob just mentioned they're at 95% or so. So the total build in Franklin County was 542,000 feet. Right now, I think when I totaled this up, this is somewhere around 480 some thousand feet. So they're right at, according to this, right at around 89%, but Rob has just mentioned they're closer to 95%. So they're finishing up. As they finish up, again, they will start doing the terminating and testing, and once they get that done, they'll start turning the fibers over to us so that we can start extending those out to the customers. I think there was a question I was told by one of the engineers that was asked, when will we start marketing to end users? So we don't like to get too far ahead, because if I have somebody sign up in December and they're not hooked up till June, you're going to hear, I signed up 6 months ago and I haven't heard it, So once we start getting those fibers turned over to us, then we'll start the marketing efforts. We'll also reach out to the county to see about doing some sort of groundbreaking ceremony to kind of get more press and everything. Again, it's beneficial to us to get people hooked up, the sooner the better, because we don't get anything back on our investment until we start getting paying customers. So as soon as we get the opportunity to start the marketing efforts, we'll begin that, and we'll work with the county administration and the board to coordinate those activities so that you're aware of that. Because once that does happen, you will start getting a lot more calls from constituents. When is it going to be in my area? Why aren't I ready yet? And so on and so forth. We also have a very robust mapping system that people can go to on myriverstreet.net. They can click in fiber is the future. They can see the build area that they want. They can select the county, and then they can see, you know, the different statuses if they're under construction or if they're available. They can also go on and pre-register. The next time I come back, I'll give you more slides on that and kind of remind you of how that process goes. But again, once we start getting the fibers turned over for AVP, that's when we start turning up the marketing efforts to get people interested and signed up so that as soon as we can start connecting them to the fiber. So going through here, the Sandy Level area permits, Dickinson permit is approved. Dickinson 1 and 2 are both approved. We had the additional VDOT bond has been received, so we were able to work on the Sandy levels 1.1 through 1.5 and get those approved. We are burying the Sandy level bill path. The fiber comes from the CO out of Pittsylvania County, and so we'll have transport coming out of Pittsylvania County. But I think in addition to that, we will go down into Henry County to loop back around. So we'll have a redundant path of internet services coming into and out of Franklin County. So if one gets cut for any reason or damaged, then we still have internet services coming into the county another route. We technically do that to all our networks so that we have some type of resiliency and redundancy on there. On the Glade Hill permits, the permits review has been reinstated. We have permits approved for Glade Hill 1.1 through 1.5. Here's a map showing the bill path for the Glade Hill area. The transport comes out of the Sandy level onto an existing aerial Franklin AEP line. The transport is spliced onto the Dickinson AEP from an existing aerial Franklin, and then there's a three-way splice from there going down to a buried orange fiber that we'll be bringing in. This buried fiber brings in the transport in and out of the Glade Hill CO as well. Here was if you didn't get to be there, this is a look at the Oak Level remote that Rob was talking about. You can see there that the building is installed. They have the handholds in place. They have a hookup for external generator. You can see inside that the racking system is getting installed, as well as there's a gated area. So what will happen is one side of that building will be AEP's access point, and the other side will be our access point. That way we can come and go freely to work on our equipment without them worrying about us touching their equipment, and the same goes the other way. So that's why you see a fence kind of in the middle of the building and two different access doors. This is common in the industry to do it this way. Here's an up close look at what a splicing tray looks like. So far, if you take a look at this, we've had of the tails that need to be installed in the county, they've 100% been done. They haven't all been terminated in testing. That's what they're still working on. But all the fiber tails have been delivered, and I want to say they have all been installed. So as they complete the terminating testing, as Rob stated, you're looking Q1, Q2. They'll start turning those over to us, and so we'll be picking up from there. And we hope to have, the marketing effort started in Q1 and hopefully getting customers connected in Q2 next year. Any questions for me on that?
Anything? Mr. Carter?
Yeah, I'll just have a question about LiDAR. Do you all accomplish that with an airplane or a drone, or do you know, Rob, how they do that?
I don't know how they do that. This was a company that we just started using probably about 9 months ago. They're out of North Carolina, and I don't know what they use. I've seen how that is done. I mean, LiDAR, if you're not, it's it's almost like doing a CAT scan of the Earth, right? They're taking several pictures, and that's where they've been able to use that technology to actually discover forgotten civilizations in jungles and stuff. So I wish I knew more about it, but I was quite surprised that that's what they're using is LiDAR data to help us determine exactly what's on the
Yeah,
ground.
I was curious what other archaeological things maybe they had seen while you all were doing that.
Yeah, I'll ask them if they've come up with any interesting little tidbits. They haven't told me about them, so.
Thank you.
Anyone else, Mr. Mitchell?
Rob, we've come a long way, and I know y'all have gotten a lot of work done. We were talking yesterday at that meeting. I couldn't remember when we went out in the field and had that meeting where you were at, where we were down on True Vine and stuff.
I want to say that it was a pretty warm day, so I'm thinking it was back in August or so.
That's what I told them. I said, it was hot outside, and today
Yeah.
I'm freezing.
Yeah.
So, and I remember having a conversation that day. We were hoping to have customers getting fired up in December.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I was thinking it was going to actually be out in the Sago area, if I remember, because that's where we were out. It was out in the Sago area. But I could have been mistaken. I mean, that was quite some time ago.
So, and if AEP is at 95% completion in Snow Creek, do you all have designated crews ready to start going underground with and connecting homes?
That I'll have to check, and I'll get back with Steve on that and find out. I don't know. I don't know that.
Because I'm worried that they're going to be done, but we're still not going to be.
Right, I understand. I'll get with Steve and find out. I'll check engineering. Where do we stand with issuing the contracts, or do we have contractors standing by, or do we actually have work going on where they're putting in the stuff ready to connect? I'll find out and get back to Steve on that.
Okay, and if you would, I need to get up with you for just a second after this.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Anybody else? Anything? Okay, all right.
So what I wanted to do is just, and I don't want to steal Steve's thunder here, but I put together some slides to kind of bring you up to speed of what BEAD looks like in Franklin County. So in Franklin County, there was 2,628 BEAD fundable locations that were identified by the NTIA and the state. If you look at the awards were issued out to River Street. They were issued out to Amazon's low orbit satellite, as well as SpaceX, Zytel, and Citizens. So the different colors are basically, if you look at the yellow, that's going to be River Street. You look at the grayish dots, that is Zytel. The reddish dots, those are the LEO satellite companies. And the purple, that's where Citizens at. If you come down, if you look at it, basically you've got most of your fiber build in the central to, I would say, eastern part of the county. You have a little bit of fiber build in the western part over there where Citizens is going to be at, but most of the low orbit satellite locations were also in the western part from the north to the south. The breakdown of the 2,628 locations were 2,274 went to Zytel, 112 went to River Street, 6 went to Amazon, 214 went to SpaceX, and 19 went to Citizens. So that was just kind of giving you an overview of what the BEAD funding looks like in the county. I know that Steve has more details, but I had put these slides together to give you a briefing on what it came down to.
Rob, thank you so much.
Not a problem. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of a good segue into the BEAD update. Attachment 3 has that information and a little bit more in your packet, just kind of about how the state has awarded those. So again, if you recall, what we've been calling the VADI projects were projects that were awarded to the county, and the county is administering. As we move into the BEAD is a different scenario where the individual service providers are dealing directly with the state. And so we're just a conscious observer as in that process. But we're looking forward to the BEAD program starting up early next year. DHCD has indicated that they're looking to sign contracts in the spring of 2026. Total award was $5.6 million here in Franklin County for the remaining providers. And then the last bullet there, just as a reminder, is Virginia is still kind of awaiting the federal guidance on the remaining BEAD funds, which is about 800 million. And Virginia's top priority continues to be expanding cellular coverage. And so we've been pushing that effort, reminding them of the importance of that effort. The state has picked it up and is also championing that with the federal government to try to get that $800 million to the state to be able to utilize it to expand that cellular network throughout the Commonwealth, where they've identified, a number of areas that have no signal period, and then a lot of areas that have no data coverage, throughout the state. So they're keen on, trying to make sure we can get some of those remaining funds through the BEAD program to help with that. And so that's really the largest update on BEAD is we expect to see some more movement on that next year. As Rob has shown, they've made the initial awards, but they're working through those contracts. As you can see, it's very much a hodgepodge of awards where you would have 6 awards going to Amazon. So 6 households got awarded Amazon coverage. So it's some of that changed from the initial proposals. The state was really initially looking at most everything being covered by fiber, and if you recall, with the new administration, they kind of had to pull back a little bit and do a little bit of redesign. And so what that really meant was more satellite was added, whether that's Amazon or SpaceX. But really, the end result was, we have some satellite mixed in with the fiber builds. Regardless, the intention is they'll get high-speed internet at their location. So that's what the state's moving forward with at this point. So as we talked today, we had about 7,000 with the Shentel project. You can see here on the screen about 26, 28 with BEAD households. And then Rob might have to help me with the River Street number, but I think we're around 2,800. It's right after 2,800 through that project. So over 10,000 households through these, 3 projects we've kind of talked about today are getting connected and in the works of getting connected. So, and that's really all I have. I know Carl's still on the line. Carl, if there's anything you want to share before we close out and before we hear from any other board comments, I'd welcome that.
Thank you, Mr. Sandy. Carl, do you have anything?
Sure. I just want to say, that we are working to get these under contract quickly. There is right now we've got a 90-day kind of meeting, a 90-day window where we're trying to finish up some of the NEPA environmental and historical preservation reviews. We'll be working with the PDCs on those in conjunction with the ISPs. But we hope to have everybody under contract at least by June of 2026.
Okay. All right, Carl. Carl, thank you so much again for being with us today.
Oh, you're welcome.
Mr. Sandy, did you have anything further under updates? Okay, any questions from Mr. Sandy or any of our partners here before we close this out? Okay, thank you all for being with us again. It's a pleasure seeing you, and thank you for all of your assistance. At this juncture on our agenda, I will open the floor up for any comments from authority members, if you have any that you'd like to share. Questions? Okay, hearing none, I will entertain a motion to adjourn the Broadband Authority meeting.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Tatum. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Jamison. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. And we are formally adjourned. Thank you all very much. Board of Supervisors General Meeting to order Tuesday, December 16th. Boy, the month's going by fast. As we work into our agenda, we'll be asking, let me see, we've had some changes. Our invocation will be offered by Mr. Tatum and the pledge by Mr. Jamison. So if you would all stand, please. Mr. Tatum.
It's good to see everyone out here today. Let's pray. Our most kind and gracious Heavenly Father, we come to you today, Lord, just thanking you and praising you for all you do for us, Father. We thank you for this time that we have set aside to conduct the county business. Father, I pray that everything that's said and done today will be pleasing in your sight and according to your precious will. Lord, we ask you for wisdom in everything that we do, and we just want to just follow your will and follow your lead. In Jesus' name I pray and ask it all. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. Of note, Mr. Thompson is not able to be with us today. We're gonna, Mr. Whitlow's gonna help us with a resolution, and so I am sitting in for Mr. Thompson today. Today is formally Mr. Thompson's last Board of Supervisors meeting as he's rotating off the board. So having said that, Mr. Whitlow, I will acknowledge you at this point to take over some of those items for us, please.
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Smith and Madam Vice Chair. Members of the board and the public, we do have some recognitions and introductions, I guess I should say before we get started today. We'd like to certainly welcome Supervisor-elect Mike Meredith, who's in the audience with us today. So we'll welcome Mike officially, I guess, Mike, January 1st to the Franklin County Board of Supervisors. And I know this board and staff looks forward to working with you, and welcome. We look forward to working with you. And of course, we also welcome Mr. Haskell Brown today. Haskell is sitting in, if you will, for Jim Gwynn, who is away at a federal trial this week. And so, Haskell, we look forward to working with you. I will say, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board, what time we've spent with Mr. Brown, it's been very time well spent. He's very thorough, and so we appreciate his time. And so, that said, Ms. Smith, you had mentioned Mr. Ronnie Thompson, of course, who is retiring off the Board of Supervisors at the end of this month after serving 4 terms on the Franklin County Board of Supervisors. So I have a resolution of appreciation, and of course, we were hoping Mr. Thompson will be able to be here today, but due to some sickness, I spoke with him earlier, and he said, please tell him I would love to be there, and he could barely get out through the sentence, and he had a lot of congestion, but he would be here. I know he's with us in spirit. So that said, I would like to read, if you will, Madam Vice Chair, this resolution of appreciation.
Please.
So it says, whereas Mr. Ronnie Thompson has wholeheartedly and consistently exhibited longstanding commitment to the betterment of Franklin County, and whereas Mr. Thompson has served on the Franklin County Board of Supervisors as the Boone District Supervisor since 2010, with multiple years as the board's chairman. And whereas, prior to serving on the board, Mr. Thompson served in the U.S. Coast Guard and subsequently served the citizens of Franklin County through his role as a deputy of the Franklin County Sheriff's Department until his retirement from the Sheriff's Department in 2007, and has further served as a representative on the Western Virginia Regional Jail Authority. And whereas the Franklin County Agricultural Fair embodies Franklin County's rich history and brings the community together in a spirit of fellowship and camaraderie, Supervisor Thompson was instrumental in the fair's resurrection in 2014 after a nearly 40-year hiatus and has been an avid supporter of the fair. And whereas Ronnie Thompson has unselfishly put Franklin County first and is commended for his unwavering commitment to the county and for his lifetime of service to the citizens of the United States, the Commonwealth of Virginia, and Franklin County. And whereas Mr. Thompson, who gained additional knowledge through his travels in all 50 states, and that's one individual, I will say, members of the board, I'll pause here. I don't know many people that I can say that has traveled to all 50 states. Ronnie Thompson is one of them. And so I know he's very proud of that. He's recognized for his amazing determination in the face of adversity, exuberant sense of humor, leadership skills, and for his contributions in helping to make Franklin County one of the best places to live and visit in the state of Virginia. Be it therefore resolved, the Franklin County Board of Supervisors hereby appreciates and recognizes Ronnie Thompson for his lifetime of service, his valuable good counsel through the years, and for his many contributions. The board extends their best wishes to him in his retirement.
Thank you, Mr. Whitlow. What I would like to ask the board, I would like to adopt this resolution into the record by motion in honor of Mr. Thompson's service. So I would entertain such motion.
I make the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Tatum. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. I believe it's Mr. Mitchell. Okay, and what we're hoping to do is to have Mr. Thompson join us at a subsequent meeting sometime after first of the year so that we may properly acknowledge him and his service and formally present this resolution to him. So, Ronnie, if you're watching us today, we wish you the very best. You're in our prayers for your health, and we wish you and your family a happy holidays and a Merry Christmas.
So this is the resolution, Ms. Smith, and I also will share this with the board. Mr. Tim Tatum, Supervisor Tim Tatum, of course, serves on the West Virginia Regional Jail Authority with myself and Mr. Thompson. And they presented this to Mr. Thompson at their last meeting, and so we will make sure that we get this resolution and this shadow box of the Regional Jail Authority to Mr. Thompson as well.
That's
Look forward
lovely.
to that. It is. It's very nice.
Very impressive. Well deserved.
Yeah. So I do have a couple of other recognitions.
Please.
Ms. Smith, would like to thank all those, specifically Parks and Recreation, and I know I normally do this under my items, but I thought I'd go ahead and knock this out now.
Sure.
Brad Osgood and his team did an excellent job, and county staff with the parade. Mr. Fred Tudor did a wonderful job driving the float again this year. And so just want to give a shout out to the staff and Brad Osgood and all the work that he and others had completed. I think maybe Amy has a picture of our float, perhaps. And if not, Amy, I know they had spent a lot of time and effort and enjoyed there we are, last week, and really appreciate the Rotary Club and everyone in Franklin County that makes the parade so special each year at this holiday season. So a couple of other shout outs while we're bragging on Franklin County a little bit. Our Parks and Recreation Department, I think I mentioned this last month, but the Virginia Parks and Recreation and Park Society recently awarded Franklin County 2 awards, one being our category for the best new special event category, and that was for the Franklin County Mullet Competition. And our very own incoming supervisor, I believe he has a daughter maybe that's a good snapshot photographer, went to the Snapshot Moment Award for that mullet. So if you see the guy with the mullet, I'll pass this around. But got a lot of statewide recognition on that. I thought it was wonderful. In addition, bragging a little bit on our hospital here, Franklin Community Hospital, William Franklin Memorial, rather. Wonderful hospital here in Franklin County, was recently named to the Forbes top hospitals in the United States list, and they continue. They've won Leapfrog Awards and other awards to be recognized. So Carl Klein, our local hospital, I'm reminded of a community like Franklin County with 56,000 residents to have a quality top hospital in the United States. That is something that is significant that most localities just are completely envious over. So kudos to our hospital and our team there. And then Kevin Tosh, our very own tourism director. I know Kevin's with us today. Kevin was named as chairman of Virginia Fish First statewide committee. So congratulations, Kevin. He's going to be leading that effort. It's coming off a monumental big bass tournament back from May, which garnered all this national attention and media streaming. And in fact, I was watching some football Sunday before last. And after one of the football games, the last hour on national television was the Big Bass broadcast in Smith Mountain Lake in Franklin County, Virginia. And I couldn't tell you, Kevin, how many times they kept saying Franklin County, Virginia on national television. It was great. And so congratulations for your efforts. And while we're bragging, Ms. Smith, I would also like to present. It's already been presented, but I think it deserves to be presented again to Ms. Danny Poe, our Director of Economic Development. Danny, of course, and the county are members of the Virginia Economic Development Association. And about a week and a half ago, the VEDA, Virginia Economic Development Association, awarded Danny with the Rising Star Award. It's basically an award that recognizes economic development leaders in a short tenure in a short amount of time. The award recognizes those on the committee that feels that that's the next economic development and VITA leaders here in the Commonwealth. The awards demonstrates an appetite for excellence, an aptitude for learning skills, mastering new responsibilities, taking initiative in the workplace, while modeling a positive attitude and professionalism. I know there were several nominations, but we are glad that Danny was awarded this. Danny, of course, is a lifelong learner, and the award goes on to note that she recently completed the Virginia Women's Municipal Leadership Institute workforce development, her work there, as well as seeing an economic development project through that is now under construction and others. So we are so glad that Danny had received this award. And so Danny, if you don't mind, I'm going to put you on the spot, if I may, and we
Absolutely.
can maybe present this if you want to do this.
Absolutely.
At the podium. So, Danny.
Want me to go too?
Sure. No pressure, right?
No pressure.
Madam Vice Chair, I believe that is all of the awards and recognitions for today. And we will kindly work to make sure Mr. Thompson
Yes.
can be with us in January to formally present that resolution of appreciation.
Absolutely. And I would piggyback on some of the recognitions. Earlier this afternoon, we had our supervisors, our two incumbent supervisors, Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Carter, and our new incoming supervisor, Mr. Meredith. They took their oath of office this afternoon. And they are in, they can't run now. And we're just so very proud to have our incumbents reelected. And we look forward to welcoming you, Mr. Meredith, and helping you get acclimated and serving the citizens of Franklin County. So congratulations to all three of you. Okay, we will move on. We are at the point to consider approval of the agenda. Are there any items that supervisors would like to amend or change on the agenda as submitted?
I'd like to pull 7, Lord.
Okay. Oh, for the consent agenda? This was just for the regular agenda. I'll get to consent in
I
just
see.
a moment. Yeah, sure. So just the regular agenda stands. I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda as submitted.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Tatum. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Okay, now we'll move to the consent agenda, gentlemen. You have before you 8 items for your consideration. Mr. Quinn, you had wished to pull number 7, did you say?
Yes, please.
Okay, so we'll pull that. Any other items that you wish to pull for additional discussion? Okay, so what we'll do is, let's go ahead and approve the consent agenda with the exception of item number 7, and we will act on that separately. So I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of number 7 as submitted.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, if you would do a roll call, please.
Supervisor Jamison?
Yes.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Quinn?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
And Chairman Thompson is absent for the vote.
Okay, very good. Okay, number 7, Mr. Quinn.
Sure. So I have a couple concerns about this initiative. It's a $5,000 request for the county to make a donation to build a race car. And firstly, I was wondering what criteria we're using, well, both to evaluate and to approve the request. And then I wonder, are we creating a precedent for the next request so it becomes hard to deny future requests and still be consistent with what we do today? And then secondly, I believe we need to be careful using taxpayer funds to make contributions when many of our taxpayers are struggling financially. it would feel different if we were using the $5,000 to help community members with food insecurity or similar hardships. However, these funds are being used to build a race car. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. I'll open up the floor for any responses. Mr. Tatum?
Yeah, this request was made by a supervisor from Henry County Board of Supervisors. This is a project that they are working with in conjunction with Arrington Motorsports, which works out of Patrick and Henry Community College. This upcoming year, as a celebration of the 250th anniversary of our country, Arrington Motorsports are undergoing a challenge to surpass the land speed record, and they're building the engine that will be used to do this. And Henry County donated $5,000 to the project as well, and they were asking if we would like to participate. It has become a regional project. It's going to draw a lot of attention to the region. I just figured it was a good project that we could, for $5,000, we could, participate in this project and take advantage of some of the local recognition that will come with it. It's going to be a national event, but will actually draw attention to this area. Granted, Patrick and Henry Community College is in Martinsville, Henry County. Arrington Motorsports is there as part of the facility, but we have a lot of our students that go to Patrick and Henry Community College, and any attention that they bring to the region is sort of like our bass tournament. When we draw attention to Smith Mountain Lake, it helps Martinsville, Henry County as well, just like the Martinsville race. When they have a Martinsville race, our businesses in Rocky Mount see an uptick in meals and as people come in and lodging. So it's a chance to participate with Henry County and in this project, and just take advantage of some of the local attention that it will bring to the area.
Thank you, Mr. Tatum. Any other comments, inquiries? I will say there is a host of entities and localities that have contributed financially to this project. And the Virginia Tourism Corporation, Virginia Tobacco Commission, our neighboring localities. There's a host of supporters via funding for this that will take place at NASA. And the Henry County Board of Supervisors really is trying to tout Southwest Virginia for the 250th. And I think that this is one participatory event that will further promote Southwest Virginia. And it also, if you want to think about it in terms of what it is, as we begin to endeavor into our career and technical education program, these types of opportunities, I think, give insight and probably promote enthusiasm of our students. So I think that there are some byproducts. Mr. Tatum and I have talked about this with regard to this project. So anybody else wish to comment? Mr. Carter.
Yeah, I'll just say my time period serving on the Patrick Henry Community College Board, that was during the time period that we acquired the motorsports facility and turned it into a career and technical school, which has opened up numerous opportunities for students in that area as far as race car engine construction and so forth. And I would add that Patrick and Henry Community College has stepped up to the plate to help us with our future endeavor with the career and technical school here at the Moducraft facility.
Yes, points well taken. Mr. Mitchell.
Patrick and Henry Community College plays a huge part, especially for students on the southern end of the county.
Yeah.
And I know we do things for Ferrum, we do things for Virginia Western and all, and I don't have a problem with this.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay, we will, first of all, is Joey Arrington or Danny Turner in attendance? Would you gentlemen like to offer any comments at this time? Thank you for coming up and being with us.
Madam Chairman, appreciate y'all having us. I was fortunate enough to serve as mayor of the city of Martinsville, and my family, mama's side, is from Endicott, and I I did my last 5 years United Parcel Service working around Henry and Fork Mountain, and so Franklin County is kind of a home away from home for me.
Sure.
And so Joey Arrington had come to me and said what his lifelong dream is that he wanted to set the NASCAR stock speed record. He'd built the motor at Patrick and Henry that a guy named Russ Wicks broke the record in 2007 at the Bonneville Salt Flats. And he wanted to build the whole car and everything. Here's rendering, and we've got it. The car is in Martinsville. If y'all want to come down to what's the old Sears building
That's pretty cool.
and see it, it's we've got it half decaled up. But what I told Joey that we ought to incorporate this, since the land speed record is 244 miles an hour. The country's going to celebrate its 250th anniversary. So let's go 200. Our goal is to go over 250 miles an hour. So we went to the Tobacco Commission, then the Governor's 250 Commission gave 50,000. Tobacco gave 50,000. Other entities have added on. So we've got to the point. We've got a partnership with, it's called spaceflorida.org or .com anyway. So they use the space shuttle landing 3-mile strip, which is the most scientifically designed strip in the world. We've done interviews with, we're going to be on the Discover Channel with Henry Law. They came down and filmed an episode. Joe, I'll let Joey speak for his dad. Used to work for the Law family back in the day, making renewable fuels in a copper pot. But we're Time Magazine's done an interview. We're talking to the Wall Street Journal. Our deal is we want to market Southside, Southwest Virginia to the world because we've got one of the greatest products, or one of the greatest places to live, and one of the greatest places to bring your factory. I don't know if people realize this. They've done studies that down the Shenandoah Valley in Blue Ridge is the safest place to be protected against global warming. So that's, any corporation that's going to spend 50, 100 years someplace needs to know about that. But I'll digress. I'll turn it over to Joey to talk about the car, but we're going to get some international publicity with this.
Well, hello, thanks for listening to me. But anyway, first of all, a little bit of my history. I was born here. My parents were raised up in the Sago area. You know, I still pay taxes there, and at least I think I'm current. And but anyway, we built the engine, and we were at P&H when we built the engine in 07 to set the land speed record. Then we run 244.9. Our goal here, because of the 250th birthday, is to run 250 and reset the record. So anyway, and I'm going to touch back with Danny on the little episode we shot with Henry and stuff like that. But, you know, since we're going to Florida, and my dad, when he got caught hauling liquor back in whenever it was, he had 250 gallons in the car. So it's sort of, everything matches right up. And just a little insight there, you know, we're hauling 250 gallons to Florida. Hopefully we don't get caught. So anyway, that's just some of the bits and pieces. It's all coming together. And for me, when I talk about it and when we work on this stuff, you know, hair stands up on the back of my arm. So I still feel like I'm 21 again. So thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen.
I'll tell you one more thing, Joey. We put together, every time there's a race at Martinsville, we try to have an event at, Joey owns the old Sears building, and we had an event last race, or race before last, where some way the people down in Wilkes County, North Carolina, had proclaimed that they were the moonshine capital of the world. So we challenged them, bring your best team up here. We're gonna decide this in a unofficial court of law. Senator Stanley was the judge, and Virgil Good represented Franklin County, and we, without any doubt, won the case before Senator Stanley, and that Franklin County maintains the title Moonshine Capital of the World.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, we really do appreciate you coming up to present to us. Mr. Tatum.
I just want to say that I appreciate you coming up. And several years ago, in my prior career, when I was working for the Sheriff's Department, I was running radar down around Snow Creek Elementary School, and your dad came through, and I won't say how fast, but we ended up talking for about 2 hours on the side of the road. Needless to say, he didn't get a ticket. But we got to talking. He saw my name tag. He knew most of my family. and found out that my wife's grandfather drove his car at Martinsville in 1957, I think, and won one of the very first races at Martinsville Speedway after they paved it. So it's a small world, and you know, like I said, I appreciate you coming up, and we thank you for the work you're doing.
All right.
Thank you all.
But, and as a side note, I want to thank everybody in the room that's supported PNHCC. Earl Dodger and myself started the motorsports program back in '99. So it's still very much alive, and it means a lot to my workforce. So thank you much.
Well, give our regards to Ms. Cobbler. She's a colleague and friend of mine, and very much appreciate her bringing this to our attention.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you
very
all
much.
for being with us. Okay, Board, you have a motion in your packet for your pleasure. If anyone is interested in making this motion, we probably ought to read it as it's outlined, because it deals with an MOU and it deals with the source of the funding request. So is there an offer of a motion on this item?
Okay, I'll make the motion.
Thank you.
Madam Vice Chair, I make a motion to approve the $5,000 funding request for the Virginia 250 car project from the Board Contingency Fund to be administered through the fiscal agent, the Martinsville Henry County Historical Society, and to authorize county staff to negotiate and execute a memorandum of understanding outlining the terms of the funding, including provisions for marketing, advertising, branding, signage, videography, photography, and any additional matters related to the referencing and promotion of the project.
Thank you, Mr. Tatum. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Madam Clerk, if you would be so kind to do a roll call, please.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Quinn?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Supervisor Jamison?
Yes.
And Chairman Thompson is absent for the vote.
Okay, thank you. Congratulations, gentlemen. We wish you well, and we're happy to be part of it. Thank you. Okay, next up, we have Brian Cassell from VDOT. You were hiding behind this. Didn't even know if you were here, Brian. Welcome.
Yes, ma'am. That's the best place to be.
You're hiding, right?
Yeah, exactly right.
Yes, yes.
Well, thank you very much for us being able to be here today and give you the board report. The first thing we'll talk about is snow and the fact that we have had some winter weather early in December, and thankfully we're seeing some warmer temperatures, so that's a good front. On with the board report. Route 682, John Arthur Road, the pipe replacement that was completed. That was Route 682. And then on 220, we have a pipe replacement project that was northbound around 608 Fork Mountain Road. That's now complete. Skipping down to maintenance activities for the next 60 days, we have dropped down to your third bullet there, Route 122. We did some mill and overlay for some patching on 122. Thankful to get that late in this year, even with cold temperatures. Fortunately, we were able to get that completed. Route 6 FR Frontage Road 615, that's now complete right there, first Rocky Mount exit southbound. Moving on to page 2. Just a few items there, some of our permit activity and so forth. And then dropping down to the third page here, our project update, nothing new to report on that. And so that kind of concludes our report. Mr. Tatum, I know we have an issue on 40, a bridge replacement project. I'd like to, if you may, allow me to invite Todd Marshall up from our structure and bridge section.
Hello, Mr. Marshall. Welcome.
Todd Marshall is with our Structure and Bridge, and we'll talk a little bit about a Route 40 bridge replacement project we have. It's going to be an extended closure, and we know that's an impact to our citizens, but we've mulled this over, and I know there was a request for public hearing, and respectfully, we'd like to request that that be rescinded if we could, as we've tried to work through the issues as much as possible. If you remember, it's been about 3 years ago, we had a replacement bridge, just almost a stone's throw
Yeah.
from it, right?
Inside of the other one.
Yep. And so we had some pains through that, and we understand the restrictions and the impact on our traffic folks. But would like to just talk about that and so forth. You want to talk about maybe the advertisement and?
Yeah, just to give you a little bit of an idea, what we're trying to do is, right now, the project is currently scheduled for, I believe, in August of 2027 ad date is what we want to do. By advertising it in late summer like that, we can go through the advertisement process. We can get it hopefully then awarded then at the end of the year, right during the winter months. That gives contractor an opportunity to buy materials, to get prepared, to get his structural steel built, everything that he needs, so that in the spring, we can hit it early and take advantage of the entire spring and summer and fall construction season to try to accelerate it as much as we possibly can. That's kind of the goal and where we're at, what we're doing with it. As Brian said before, right now we've got an opportunity to move this project through to hit that schedule. It kind of optimizes everything and tries to minimize the time that it's closed as much as we can. Superstructure is generally in good shape, but it's got issues. It's got problems. The substructures have got problems. We're kind of on the border as far as the weight limit capacities. We're concerned about, trying to get it replaced and stay on that schedule so that we don't put any kind of restrictions on it in the future before we get it replaced. That's what we're trying to do to try to minimize any impacts that you may see from that. So that's kind of a big high-level look at it. Glad to entertain any specific questions you've got, but that's what we would like.
Do you recall the year that bridge was built?
I believe, I've got my notes back there, it's either 49, I believe, 1949, I believe is when it was, at a time when bridges are pretty much designed to have a 50-year life. So you can see it's kind of exceeded that. Many of y'all that are familiar with it in the area know that we've repaired it a number of times. There's a lot of steel bolted onto it to try to replace some of the deteriorated steel that's there. So that's kind of where we're at with it today.
Mr. Tatum, did you have anything?
I think he's answered all my questions, and Brian and I had a conversation yesterday. Thank you for coming. Later on, I am going to make a motion to rescind that request, and what we're going to do is try in the next couple of months, I'm going to try to schedule some town hall meetings, at least a couple in the Ferrum area, so that the people can come out and hear for themselves what the schedule is, the reasoning behind it, and my understanding Brian is going to work to have some mitigation points on Dry Hill Road before all this starts to get it prepared to handle the extra traffic and everything. So we're going to try to make it as little inconvenience as possible on the citizens, but we know it's going to be an inconvenience. But I mean, our only other alternative is, that bridge gets downgraded, and then we're still in the same problem with our fire trucks and trash trucks won't be able to cross it. So the replacement has to take place. We know that, and but we're going to work to make it as a little inconvenience as possible. And I appreciate Brian being willing to come out and help us with some of those town hall meetings in the future, and we'll work together on doing that. But I will make that motion later on in the meeting to rescind that request. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Tatum. And just for the record, a few things that we are going to plan to do is we'll put center line back on Dry Hill as we did before. We'll maintain the edges and as far as the shoulder and things and so forth. We've added a couple of extra signs for the detour to try to encourage folks from taking secondary routes that maybe aren't as beneficial. But we've taken a few steps extra just to try to help encourage folks.
And take an extra look at Brandy Oak if you can, and
Yes,
see
sir.
if there's something that can be done there to help with some of the extra traffic. Because, a lot of the people that know the area, they're going to cut across that way, and the increased traffic, going to be some issues. But, just take a look at that too and see what can be done to help prepare that for the extra traffic as well.
Yes, sir, we'll do.
Mr. Carter?
Mr. Tatum brought up what I was going to request. Brandy Oak is a cut across between the two sides of Dry Hill Road, and it's very narrow, it's gravel, and it's going to have to be upgraded because when you all did the other bridge, there was a lot of traffic, and a lot of it went through Brandy Oaks because that cuts off going all the way around. So if you could maybe
Yes,
do a
sir.
little work on Brandy Oak before they start this.
Yeah, and actually, we actually rode Brandy Oak today just to get fresh eyes on it. And we do plan to have some additional signs to encourage folks to bypass that. But as locals will do, they will travel it. But we committed to, a couple times a month at least to go out there and grade it and add stone, try to keep the washboarding to a minimum.
And I don't know if did you all inspect that bridge at the end of that road after that flood this spring?
The exact schedule, I'm not certain of, but any of those that had any kind of flood issues, we always put eyes on and take a look at it, and they're on a regular cycle where they get reviewed. So I'm confident that it has been looked at, but exactly when, I'm not sure of the date. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Any other questions, comments?
Thank y'all.
Brian, did that,
I have a question
I'm
for
sorry,
Brian, but it's not pertaining to the bridge.
just for Brian's report. Brian, have you concluded your report?
Yes, ma'am, I'm done.
Okay, so we will open the floor up for questions. Mr. Mitchell?
Brian, on Colonial Turnpike, if you turn across from Mitchell's off 619 and go down there a half a mile, there is what looks to be a house trailer that overturned there back in the early fall, I'd say, and it's still there. And I would say it has to be in you all's right away.
Okay.
I'm wondering what needs to be done about that to have it removed. It's quite the eyesore.
Okay.
And then to bring up something that you and I had multiple conversations about, the paving on 619. If you go down to Snow Creek, right there where Airport Road turns off to the left, where they did the new paving has given way. It's cracking and falling in on the shoulders and going to have to be redone.
All right, we'll certainly take a look at that, Mr. Mitchell, and see if there's anything we can do to repair that. Now, is it like multiple sections, or is there?
It's several sections.
Okay.
If you go right there to Doyle's greenhouse, you'll see it.
Okay.
That's all I had.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Anybody else? Brian, we certainly appreciate you being with us today.
Yes, ma'am, pleasure.
Wish you and your family and your colleagues a happy holidays and Merry Christmas.
And a Merry Christmas to you all as well, from all of us. Thank you so much.
We appreciate you being with us as always.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Vice Chair.
Yes.
Since have Brian up here.
Of course.
Would now be the time for me to make that motion?
Absolutely.
I'd like to make a motion that we rescind the request to VDOT for the public hearing on the bridge replacement on Route 40 in Ferrum.
Is there a second?
Second.
I'm sorry, who was that? Mr. Mitchell. Madam Clerk, if you would be so kind to do a roll call.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Supervisor Quinn?
Yes.
Supervisor Jamison?
Yes.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
And Chairman Thompson's absent for the vote.
Does that give you what you need, Brian?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Very good. Thank you for being here.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tatum. Okay, we're going to move next to Mr. Carter, Mr. Brian Carter, with our monthly finance overview to include capital, budget overview, and budget draft calendar. Jack of all trades here.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board. I just brought the whole agenda packet up here. Just in case, we're talking about several subjects. So the first item is the finance report. We'll try and breeze through some of these. There's not a lot of variation on some things. And so for the finance report, this is through November 30th, so 5 months of the fiscal year. We'd be looking at roughly 41.7% of the budget. So when we look at our monthly revenues, you can see that the ones that are monthly are exceeding those. Property taxes are coming in fairly well through November. Looked in December, they're looking positive. It does look like we have received our Public Service Corporation taxes from Mountain Valley Pipeline. And so as we anticipated, we're about $1.5 million over what we had budgeted. So I think that was a very, very good estimate on our part. Mr. Carter, I know you jumped right on that.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
You get an award for that, Mr. Carter.
Thank you.
That was quite
But
good.
did want to notify the board that looks like that has arrived. So as far as expenditures, we're with the exception of the couple that typically front load the budget at the beginning of the year, everything is looking at trend or a little below. So we're happy to see that across our major spending categories. So graphically to show that, you can see a year-over-year comparison, the blue line being the current year through November. And so you can see it's a little higher on collection than it was last November. And I have a little bit of breakdown for that for you, but that gets into the property taxes and the timing of collections. So if you look, you can see the difference here in general property taxes, and mainly the difference year over year, just as of the end of November, is we collected $6 million more in real estate than we did November 30th last year. That usually is a timing based on the dates of how the Thanksgiving falls and the collection. So December, we anticipate will even out. And so that's why we typically wait and do a comparison at the end of December for our real estate and personal property taxes year over year. Your other local taxes and your state revenue are roughly equal. See a little bit of an increase, but not significant in either category. So for local sales tax, more of our bellwether taxes of how local economy is doing. These are the monthly, these are consumer spending taxes. So it's still up, had a good month. It's down a little bit. You can see that the light blue line, let's see if I can get this moving here. So that's down a little bit as far as the last couple of months when you compare to prior year. But it's up 3% year over year, which is where we would anticipate. We're still ahead of budget. And so this is typically the time of year you see a little bit of a decline as you get to winter months. We'll see the peak in February because of the Christmas shopping season, sales tax always being 2 months behind. So no concerns at this time, still some growth, not it's very modest growth, but it's growth, and so we're happy to see that. Mills tax is doing a little better. It's 8.3% year over year, had a little bit down in November collections, but still up significantly what we would like to see. Much smaller portion of the budget, $61,000 is all that growth would be, but we're at roughly 50% of the budget, and it's also cyclical with more of your mills tax coming in the summer months. Transient occupancy has tightened. It's been down a little bit. We're about 0.7% growth year over year. Small amount. We're roughly in line with where we were last year. If you notice, we're at 60.8. We're at 60.4% last year. We were right at budget last year with transient occupancy. So trending, anticipate where we'd want to be, and so we'll continue to monitor that as we watch the growth. And similar seasonal, you're going to see a dip in the winter months, and we'll monitor that year over year. So expenditures, you can see they were down a little bit in November. They were up in October. We would anticipate that. It usually finds cyclical or falls depending on the end of the month, how many business days are in the month. For categorically, no real change. You can see a little bit up in our public safety function, not the department, but the function. Anticipate that. With cost of living increases and just inflationary factors. That's the largest, based on dollar amount, functional part of the county. Health and welfare, to break down a little bit for you. Social services, the operational side is up. That's going to be more operations as far as staffing and increases for inflation. So social services programs is down a little bit. Not sure how much of that is impacted by the federal government shutdown, so we'll monitor the next month or two, see if that catches up. CSA is down a little bit, but a lot of that mostly is due to one particular private day vendor not sending invoices for the entire fiscal year. That was about $400,000 worth of cost. Those have been received and will be caught up in December, so we'll monitor, but that will likely even out in a comparison standpoint when you look at December expenditures. So fund balance, so this is the peak cash flow time of the county because of real and personal property taxes that are due this time of year. So you can see that the unaudited fund balance end of November was roughly $53 million. By the time we take out restricted funds and we take out our 20% policy minimum, we're roughly at about $27 million unassigned fund balance at the end of November. And so what will happen is that will reduce and dwindle as we go throughout the next subsequent months to the next real estate collection in June. So you'll see that unassigned fund balance drop likely over the next five months or so. So that just is the cyclical based on the twice a year collections that we have. So your budget stabilization reserve is still at $250,000. We did use $750 to balance the capital. Capital reserve is roughly $800,000. However, previous action on consent agenda obligated that money, and so we'll monitor that and maybe use some of that till we are able to restore it. Okay. So economic and budget updates. So they're a little lean. There haven't been any CPI updates. Hopefully, I believe later this week or maybe next week, they'll provide some of that for November. But because of the federal government shutdown, there hasn't been a lot of that provided. Same with, I actually did see the unemployment rate that had not been updated time I did this PowerPoint. And so it ticked up a little bit in November. I think a lot of that is private sector had some growth, but there was a loss in government jobs, and so that's what's causing the uptick in unemployment nationally. The Federal Reserve did meet in December last week, and so they did reduce their target benchmark rate a 1/4 percentage point. So that range is around 3.5 to 3.75% right now, and so a lot of the market investments, borrowing, of course, are benchmarked on that rate. So you're in that. We figured we're in that market of declining interest rates. So we'll continue to monitor. Future comments were reserved as far as what rates may be reduced in the future until they get some better data on jobs and inflation reports that get caught up. Their next meeting isn't scheduled to the end of January, and so we'll see if there's further action at that time. For a state budget update standpoint, General Assembly money committees, they did meet in November. There is expected revenue growth. However, there's a very significant amount of mandated funds that the state is looking at. One being Medicaid, the other being K-12 re-benchmarking, and so that there's going to be an obligation to that. We are waiting later this week, anticipated Thursday, for the governor to present his proposed budget, which will be kind of the benchmark that the General Assembly takes. Of course, they can completely rewrite and make their own budget, but it gives us as a staff a standpoint of where the session may go from a financial standpoint. So we'll continue to monitor that. So another update, we mentioned this last month, so have not seen a dollar impact yet. Does not mean it doesn't exist. I just haven't seen it. But we do know that our Franklin County's index did increase. And so because of that increase, meaning that the locality is anticipated to make up more of the funding of the public school system, we anticipate receiving in this upcoming budget session less state dollars. And so we'll talk a little bit more about that in our budget overview, but we can anticipate that, what the impact that looks like, of course, to be determined. One thing that we wanted to note, and so there's a copy of a notice that handed out up on the dais for you, and I have copies in the back, so to be compliant with code. So we're required by the Code of Virginia to issue the annual financial report by December 15th of every year. If we are not able to meet that deadline, we're required to post a notice that we are not able to do so. So in compliance with Code of Virginia Section 15.2-2510, and 15.2-2511, that notice is so posted, one on the county's website and two on the table, and I'm mentioning at the next available elected body meeting. And so the audit was, also the Auditor of Public Accounts has been notified and appreciates our proactive approach to it. The reason for it is a delay in actuarial and consultant reports from the Franklin County Public Schools. To my knowledge, on an email I've been included on, we still don't have one of those reports. So we'll be hoping that we can get that soon so we could wrap the audit up and have the final report issued. The anticipated completion date, we did a 30-day date, feel like that's sufficient time by January 15th. And we do have our auditors tentatively scheduled to come and present the audited financial results to the board at your January 20th regularly scheduled meeting. With that, Madam Vice Chair, that is the finance report. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Any questions, comments? Mr. Carter?
I'm curious about this vendor that didn't turn in any invoices for a whole year.
With CSA?
Yeah.
Yes. So
Are we obligated to pay those? Is there a time limit?
We are obligated to pay them as long as the services were performed. Now, because these only go to the beginning of this fiscal year, by contract, we're not obligated to pay if they do not provide them by August 15th of any prior fiscal year. But because these are for July 1st or beyond, we are required to pay those. And from what we understand, it was a billing issue. There were several localities that they were behind receiving these invoices from this particular vendor. It wasn't just Franklin County. So I understand they've corrected the issue and they're catching up on all of those billings.
Did you ask them for a discount?
Thought about it. Yeah, I don't know how successful we'd be.
Yeah. Thank you, Brian.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, Brian, proceed.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Okay. So let me close this presentation. Here we go. Okay. All right, so we can pivot over to the budget overview. And so we combined the capital and the budget overview into one presentation. Felt like it was easier to flow for discussion purposes. And so we also will have copies of the presentation. We'll get to the board for this before you leave this meeting. So the overall budget environment, we talked a little bit about this in the finance update. So we have a newly elected governor and General Assembly. Of course, they will take their seats in January. And so that's going to set the stage for the next biennial budget. And so this is the start. This is what's considered the long session of the General Assembly. This is the start of the two-year budget. State budget's on a two-year cycle. And so this is usually where any major changes occur. It'll occur at the beginning of the two-year budget. So we mentioned the mandated spending for Medicaid and K-12 education at this point, that roughly that's going to take a lot of the anticipated new revenue at the state level at this time. We anticipate there's going to be a lot of statewide issues that'll be revisited with single-party control that has been a little bit of a difference in prior cycles. And so one of those being the 1% local sales tax option that, of course, we have supported as a locality. Another item that some of these are possibly good items, some are possibly negative from an overall fiscal impact, minimum wage increases. And so there was legislation that has been stalled to increase minimum wage to $15 an hour. We're roughly at $12.70 right now. I'd have to look. And so that's a significant increase if we go to $15 an hour. So what that creates is compression once we up minimum wage with all the other pay grades up the scale. So should that pass the General Assembly, that'll be a significant impact on the county's budget to try and, one, make that adjustment but correct the resulting compression. So that's something we'll monitor. Collective bargaining may come back as well. And so the other thing is a retail market for cannabis, and so that has been vetoed, various measures, and so what that looks like, not really sure, but something that we'll certainly monitor. The couple of items, I'm sure there's several other, but those were a couple of things from a fiscal impact standpoint, just wanted to mention. Possible additional K-12 funding available to localities with the re-benchmarking. I think, of course, we're supportive of restoring funding for those support positions rather than just the standard of quality positions. I feel like that's a better formula. And so hopefully some movement will be in that direction for this General Assembly session. The offset is going to be, we do expect the local composite index reset to cause less state funding for our public school system. And so where we land on that, of course, the locality would be anticipated on the state level to make up that difference. So we do see on a local level relatively stable, yet minimal revenue growth. You see those in some of the PowerPoints presentation slides. So we anticipate right now that to continue. There's no headwinds in a sense that think it will not, but we can clearly see signs that budgets are stretched, and so you can see that with local retail sales and just what general economy is seeing on that level. Environment of declining interest rates, which means less income on investments. And I know we've talked about this over several budget cycles, but likely we'll be projecting that our interest income will be reduced for next year's budget cycle, which means, of course, we have to make that up somewhere else in the budget. And so we'll monitor that, what that looks like, but we'll look at that. We're still seeing inflation above 3% on average. That's CPI, depending on equipment and other levels. Sometimes that's higher. Tariffs are playing a role in some of that. And, of course, jobs market right now is stagnant, and so that can have some pluses or minuses. So we'll talk a little bit about that, but that's kind of the overall environment we're seeing heading into the next fiscal year budget. So a little bit update on budget pressures. A lot of these are pretty much standard budget pressures that you've seen for multiple years. There's not a lot of movement on this list, to be honest. We're still seeing inflation. I think fuel is a little better, however, diesel is still high, and of course, our heavy equipment runs off of diesel and so vehicles. CSA, we had a pretty good year last year. We're seeing higher complex cases again. Certainly know that that won't necessarily be continued into this fiscal year or beyond. The school resource officers, 2 of the grants are expiring, 1 expiring next year. That'll be a $200,000 or $300,000 local match that will then have to be made up. Well, the state funding will drop off, so then that'll have to be made up. And so we'll monitor that. You'll have a similar situation in 2028 for those positions. Adult and juvenile detention, early in the process, not really sure what pressure that will be. But because we are a member of both of those institutions as partners, they certainly are facilities that have staffing needs, capital needs. We know that'll be a pressure. Public safety operations, we anticipate that continuing to be a pressure. We know we have continued investment in that area. We certainly did an early investment for this fiscal year in pay and compensation and things of that nature for our public safety. And so solid waste collection sites, that's going to be a budget pressure. We are looking, a lot of that will be borrowing, but then you also have to staff them, and we staff them with part-time staff. And so that will be an operational budget impact. And then you get into a maintenance, so there will be some increases that will occur the more collection sites that come online. There should be additional savings in some areas, but some of that it will take time for some to come online and some to come offline. And so as far as solid waste trucks on the road picking up the green boxes, that will create some savings. And so looking at that and the timing of all of it, volunteer operating and capital needs, we know that's a continued, that's more on the fire EMS side. Capital infrastructure, we know we talked about several, we'll have this on capital update in a little bit. Of course, we have several buildings between the county and the school system. Some are aging, all are aging, but they need maintenance, they need upkeep. There are significant needs. Some is routine maintenance, roof replacement, HVAC. Some is new construction, significant renovations. We're in the point of landfill construction planning for the next new cell. Of course, there's a continued equipment replacement, broadband, fire apparatus, ambulances. These tend to be things with larger price tags. We already mentioned the declining interest rate and income. Compensation and benefits, mentioned the minimum wage increase. Market adjustments, still want to continue to fund that. That would be a recommendation, and so that, of course, comes at a cost, but to continue the compensation study. So, again, we have addressed a couple of high-priority areas, and so we will continue to look at those. We did Sheriff's Office and a supplement for law enforcement, of course, public safety last year. We'll continue to look at that. It's a competitive labor market, still having difficulty hiring, and so we will continue to look at adequate staffing where areas we may need to make some enhancements. Of course, that would be a recommendation as we go through the budget process. Health insurance renewal, this is our first year on the local choice. And so because it's our first year, we probably won't have a renewal until late January, maybe middle of February, to get that claims experience in for the year. So we're not really sure what that looks like, but we are hopeful that it will not be double-digit increases like we were seeing when we were in our own plan. That was the intent of moving to the local choice. So we'll continue to monitor. And of course, with compensation, we know that we have not been able to implement at this point the year 3 of the pay plan implementation for our public school system. So operating budget, so we're still working with departments on budget requests, and so all amounts are subject to change. This is my little disclaimer that I always like to put in here. So, but wanted to give you a flavor for what we're seeing. And then, of course, we have a budget calendar discussion next, but there'll be several work sessions and items that we can certainly delve into more detail. But right now, for operating requests from our departments for next fiscal year, 2027, we have about $4.7 million in new operating requests. Of that amount, about $3 million is new department operating requests, excluding new positions. And so in that $3 million is anticipated a cost of living increase. We just plugged in 3%. So I want to make sure that's just not all departments asking. That also includes standard countywide requests that we're just putting some placeholders for. There is 18 new full-time position requests. There's also additional part-time staffing. So total personnel costs of $1.7 million in new requests. The majority of that, 12 new positions, are firefighter EMTs. Wanted to make you aware of that because there's an outstanding SAFER grant application. And so the SAFER grant, of course, provides funding for those positions. It phases it in over a 3 or 4 year period of time. So that allows the locality to build up funding to absorb them when the grant ends. So the request, of course, we have to request it for local money at this time, but that's certainly something we're looking and hopeful for some grant funding. But wanted to give you that kind of idea of what right now operating requests look like. The other 6 remaining positions are spread across multiple departments. So CIP, so that's operating. On a pivot to CIP, annual recurring funding right now is about $3.8 million in our local fund. A lot of capital, depending on larger projects, is funded with one-time money, year-end surpluses, or borrowed funds. So you'll see large numbers. That doesn't mean we need to come up with recurring money for all of these numbers. Right now, our 2027 CIP is roughly $21 million in requests. This does include some larger projects that we anticipate borrowed funds to take care of. But you can see the list there. I won't read the list. That is going to be our typical high dollar items that we would normally see in a CIP request. The only thing I would mention is, of course, some of these items are going to include the public safety, administrative offices, and the 911 center that we're anticipating funding with our Moducraft property and purchase, along with CTE. So just wanted to graphically show that to you so you can just see a picture of, and you'll see this similar in the 5-year. The major needs in capital are public safety, general properties, and solid waste. And just indicative of the size of the equipment needed for replacement and the cost. Not a surprise in any of that with the dollars that we see and we approve. All right. Okay, I'm going to pivot to major capital projects. So if you look at the 5-year CIP, that totals $85 million, and we have local funding of just under $19 million. But a lot of these major projects are what make that up and drive that cost higher. And I want to make sure these are only county projects. We're not talking about school projects at this point. This is the county-only CIP request. So the major projects, wanted to list them for you, give you some flavor of what the upcoming work sessions will look like. We've talked about village improvements, housing infrastructure for multiple meetings now and a couple of budgets. So we're trying to build a recurring pot of funding just to have some funds for investment. I think ultimately it's going to be a larger work session of prioritization. What do we want village improvements to look like? Where do we want to invest funding? But in the old saying, if you build it, they will come. A lot of developers, if you have the infrastructure there, that's going to incentivize them to develop housing, residential, commercial. Landfill equipment rebuild and replacement, high dollar. Landfill cell for construction. In the 5-year window, we're going to be looking at constructing the next cell of the landfill. I know we just finished one, but it takes that long in the planning, and so that's a project in the 5-year window. Parks capital maintenance, continued ongoing maintenance for parks. Nothing really necessarily new in there, but just general maintenance and upkeep of what we have. General repairs and maintenance to facilities, our general properties department. We mentioned some of those. There are several renovations, things that need to be upgraded in our facilities. There's the public safety and E911 facilities, and so that's really the administrative tied into CTE and the Moducraft project. Fire apparatus, ambulance replacement, really looking, we've tried for several years to build a recurring funding stream in for those replacements and just haven't been able to do so. And so that's going to be, from a dollar perspective, a major need again. Continue with projects. So this is separate, and I hope it's not confusing, but public safety system facility needs, I think we need to take a more comprehensive look at our public safety system. We have a lot of facilities, either volunteer-owned or county-owned. We need to probably plan for what I consider the national decline in volunteerism, what our system looks like in the next 10 years. Do we need to be making investments in volunteer buildings that career staff may operate out of? Do we need to be building new stations? What does that look like? And so in the 5-year plan, there's no necessarily direct projects identified. It's more the thought process of we need to begin planning so that we're not caught in a situation. Usually it's a multi-year planning process. And so that's part of the CIP discussion. We are looking at master planning and development for parks. We talked a little bit about Smith Farm, but really it would behoove us to have a county-wide master plan for parks and how we prioritize that and where we invest our funding. And so that would be an ideal development project from a CIP planning. Again, this is 5-year. This doesn't have to be funded next year, but I think for the capital planning purposes, these are the items that we'll be looking at. Bringing back a couple of items from the facility needs study that was brought up a few years ago. One is library facility needs. The one identified was Westlake. And as far as whether that's a new facility, what that looks like, the current facility is leased, and so there are certain limitations to that facility. And so that study, of course, was also included the social services facility needs and what their department would need as far as growth and capacity. And so those are on the 5-year CIP. We'll have discussions on, are these still priorities? Do we need to address these? What do we need to change? So in addition to that, we have the school projects. So this is over and above the $85 million in a 5-year CIP we're looking at. You have existing facility needs for schools. They have aging buildings, aging schools. They need HVAC. They need roof replacement. They need renovations, heating and cooling. They're old. They're 50-plus years old. And so that's going to be a need. We also, of course, the Career and Technical Education Center that has been a very high priority of this board. So graphically, to show you the 5-year, it looks basically the same. So your major users are still public safety, general properties for the facility standpoint, and solid waste because of the landfill and the equipment. Okay. I did want to circle back to the financing that just closed in October. So if you want to refresh, it's been a couple months since we talked about it. So we borrowed $20 million. That was for the list of projects that we have here, at least in our initial planning. So I want to be clear that the language in the borrowing is very flexible. So we have the ability to alter the priority of these projects as we determine a need. But this was what was discussed at the time we borrowed the funding. And so roughly $5 million, exactly $5 million was for the purchase of the Moducraft property. So that $20 million is now $15 million we have purchased, and we've reimbursed ourselves from the borrowed proceeds for that $5 million. So our next priority would really be working on, of course, the approval for the zoning with the town of Rocky Mount, but really we want to get the A&E started. We've got to get the A&E started for those facilities so we can get cost estimates and so we can have an idea of what the rest of this borrowing will fund. Certainly think a priority for staff is completion of the collection sites development and just finishing that project. That's been ongoing for several years, and so we would like to use those funds for that. Depending on priority and cost, schools HVAC, roof replacement, maintenance improvements, that's mostly elementary schools and what priority they're able to put in there. Certainly could talk about phasing priority of that. And then as well, parks capital maintenance. There's a couple of larger items. I don't know that we want to invest too much until we do the master planning study. But I think one of the things that's been on for a while, and I think we have some maintenance needs on replacement and really would benefit from new is athletic field lighting. I think we're underutilizing our fields, and I think we're seeing it with the enrollment. It's becoming a scheduling issue and a safety issue for how many people pack into these parks. So that was one item that we had talked about. It's been on the CIP for a while, and it's really sorely needed. I think some of these lights are probably 30-plus years old. So next steps, that's the overview of what we're seeing so far with departments. We'll have a budget calendar discussion. But realistically, what we're looking at is we have an attached copy of the budget calendar in your packet. Really want to come back to the organizational meeting on January 5th, have board feedback at that time, and give us your thoughts on what you would like this budget process to look like. December, the rest of this month, and January, staff is going to continue meeting with departments, going through the requests in more detail, asking our questions, looking at what revenues are looking like, where our priorities may end up being. So we are looking late January, possibly early February, for a joint Board of Supervisors school board meeting. And so that there could be some budget CIP or a collaboration there around what a budget process looks like. We are looking for budget work session. So again, that's the board's pleasure, how many you would like to have, but we'd look in the January, February timeframe for that. Early revenue projections, typically we anticipate those at your January 20th meeting. And so that'll give us a 6-month look, see what is going on at the state level. We'll have those for you. March and April budget work sessions. Typically, of course, we propose the budget around early to mid-March. And so you have work sessions after that. But ultimately, we're looking for that mid-April timeframe for tax rate adoption, especially for real estate, in order to get bills out in time for the June 5th due date. So that's how everything is backing up on the schedule for right now. And Madam Vice Chair, that's all I have for the overview, and we can pivot to the calendar discussion if there are no questions on this item.
Board, do you have any questions for Brian? Mr. Carter?
Just a quick question, Brian, that if we were able to do the referendum and get the 1% sales tax,
Yes, sir.
do you have a round figure what that would amount to, how much money?
So roughly right now, we collect in the range of $7 to $8 million in sales tax on the 1% we have now. Some of that percentage is split with the towns of Rocky Mount and Boone's Mill. It's a very low percentage. Conservatively, I would say you add another 1% on top of that, we're looking at roughly an additional $7 million in new revenue. And of course, with the 1%, it's anticipated to be sunset. And so, of course, it's designated for school construction. But when you look at borrowing capacity off $7 million, I'd have to run the number again. But I think preliminarily, when I looked at it, I mean, that allows roughly, $100 million, give or take, of borrowing capacity off a $7 million annual debt service.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. Mitchell?
Would that 1% be able to use to service debt for instance, it's for school construction, but we were looking at the HVACs and stuff for elementary schools. If we were to undertake something like that now, would that 1% be eligible to service debt that we've already undertaken?
It is, from what I have seen, it is not. It has to be new debt. You can't go back and apply it to previous debt or projects currently underway, Mr. Mitchell.
That's something we're going to have to look at and talk about really hard on how we want to plan that.
Yeah, and as a reminder, for the last 2 years, the House and Senate have both approved the bill to go through, allowing localities in Virginia to place a referendum in their localities for an additional 1% sales tax that would be restricted for school construction and renovation. There is some anticipation with our new governor that she may indeed be in favor of signing this bill in the upcoming session. So just with, I think I agree with you totally, Mr. Mitchell, with the discussion piece. I think maybe one of the more near-term discussions, if that gets approved, is going to be the willingness of this board to solicit via referendum the public's sentiments on whether 1 cent increase on sales tax is warranted. I think the narrative is quite simply put, we are either going to have to manage school capital, building and construction and renovation with pressure on the tax rate, real estate tax rate, or this provision, if the citizens of Franklin County saw fit, this 1% additional sales tax would absolutely take care of keeping that pressure off the real estate tax rate. So that's just kind of an overview narrative of what we believe will be an upcoming conversation with the session. And Mr. Mitchell, your point's well taken. This is going to be something we're going to have to probably have a work session on as the General Assembly proceeds through I think it's 60-day session or 90-day session this
It will
time.
require some real strategic planning on how we move forward.
Absolutely.
With what we want to finance and how we want to move forward with CTE and also just general upkeep and capital projects on school buildings.
Well,
we're really going to have to play that carefully.
Yes, I agree. And, the schools, the last time I looked there, they've got a CIP right around $100 million, give or take. Then we have our CIP, of course. But, I think, and I've suggested this loosely in conversations, that this board perhaps engage freshly especially with Mr. Meredith coming on, in a strategic planning and CIP discussion, perhaps in February, March, because there's a lot coming down the pike from the General Assembly, especially around education, school resource officers, CSA, and then any of the impending debt that we are going to need to take on, especially around CTE, timing, all of those things. There's some complexities, I think, that are going to be involved with how we proceed. So I think I would like to request that the supervisors, that you all start considering whether you'd like to support having such sessions in February, March, so that we can begin planning, discussing, finding out what the board's sentiments are on all of these various issues, because they are going to take planning, not only just for the projects themselves, but for the subsequent funding. So, anybody have any other comments regarding this? Okay, Brian.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Okay, so just in your attachment 10 in your agenda packet is the draft calendar at this point. And so just wanted to bring that to your attention. So again, the intent of this is for the board to review and to come back at the organizational meeting on January 5th to go over and provide comments for staff to then schedule the appropriate meetings to move forward. But a couple of highlights. So we mentioned that on January 5th. We anticipate on the regular meeting, January 20th, to be the revenue projections. And of course, usually we have a work session around that and what that's looking like. And then we can have work sessions remainder in January and February. And then usually it's early March. We have put on here the regularly scheduled March 17th meeting for presentation of the proposed budget. And so think about that from a board perspective. I think for us, any line in the sequence works, but after the budget is proposed, then you have a limited window to have more work sessions before we need to look at adopting a tax rate. And so as you look at the budget calendar and the proposal here, think through that, what your process may want to be. Staff's available for as many or as few meetings as you would like, and what those look like. And then ultimately, from that March meeting, we would look toward the public hearing on the budget in early April, and then we would look for the April meeting for the adoption of the tax rates and the budget. So that's kind of high level. There's a bunch of possible work sessions in between, but certainly any comments you have between now and January 5th, we'll welcome them. We can make adjustments, but look forward to the board's input on the proposed budget calendar then.
Thank you, Brian. And I would also encourage supervisors in preparation for the January 5th meeting. We talk about this every year, to be thinking about how you want to have the work sessions. Do you want staff to come in and present from each department? Do you want to choose departments that you'd like to hear from? What type of system do we want to look at? And the earlier we give staff advance notice on that, the more prepared our staff can be. Just thinking about how you want the work sessions to proceed so that they are actual, we have actual good informative information. Opportunity to ask questions so that we can have a good informed budget that will subsequently be adopted. Okay, Brian, is that all you have?
That's it.
Thank you very much. It was a very comprehensive report.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are scheduled for a 10-minute break. Given the time of afternoon, do you supervisors wish to take your 10-minute break, or would you like to forego the 10-minute break? What's your pleasure?
Why don't we take a break after Dr. Sears does his presentation?
Everybody in concurrence with that? And it may be that we have county administrator and other supervisors matters on the evening session, perhaps, if it would be the pleasure of the board. So let's go ahead and we'll invite Dr. Sears to come to the podium for the item on our agenda for school update. And I'd like to acknowledge we've got some school board members in the audience with us, and we're so glad you're here, and we welcome you to our meeting. Dr. Sears, welcome.
Thank you. Madam Vice Chair, Mr. Whitlow, members of the Board of Supervisors, thank you for allowing me to speak with you here today. As you've likely heard by now, we were recently informed that the audit of our financial records from fiscal year 2025 showed that we ended the year with a deficit of over 1.7 million. The reason that this issue was not known until the audit was because of an accounting error by our finance department that masked the deficit during the year and throughout the closeout of our books at the end of the year. The accounting error was that 2.6 million in revenue that was received during FY24 was transferred as revenue to be received in FY25, even though it was not recurring revenue. This error was carried on our books throughout the year, and we finished FY25 believing that we had operated within our approved budget and would actually have a healthy carryover balance. Instead, we had a deficit. Now, there are a number of factors that contributed to this deficit, but I won't attempt to explain them today as we're still trying to sort out those details, and we have not yet seen the final audit report, which will hopefully shed some additional light on this situation. We are incredibly sorry that this has occurred and understand that this places all of you in a difficult situation. Please know that we have been working diligently to identify areas where we can free up funds to be immediately applied back toward this deficit, and also find areas where we can make cuts to our current expenditures so that those savings can be applied at the end of the year to the remaining balance. We will present a formal plan to the school board and to you in January 2026. Franklin County Public Schools greatly appreciates the incredible support that you all have provided to us over the past few years, and we genuinely value the strong relationships that have been built. Hopefully, our efforts in closing 2 schools and significantly downsizing our operations 2 years ago to address the increase in the local composite index demonstrated that we wanted to be partners with the county in ensuring good fiscal management of our taxpayer dollars. I'm not going to stand here today and try to offer an excuse for this egregious error because there isn't one. Instead, I will again offer my sincerest apology to each of you for all the heartburn and headaches this is causing. The entire situation has been embarrassing and humbling, to say the least. Making this situation right has become one of our top priorities and will remain a focus of the superintendent's office until this has been satisfactorily resolved. Thank you again for allowing me to speak here this afternoon.
Dr. Sears, thank you very much for your statement. While you're there at the podium, I'd like to open the floor up for any board comments or inquiries at this time. Mr. Mitchell.
Madam Vice Chair, thank you. I don't have many comments until the audit gets in. You know, you and I have sat in on a couple meetings. It is a grave number, and nobody likes to look it down, you know. But I do believe we have some good ways forward, some good ways to find some ways around this. And at the end of the day, you know, I have 2 children in the public school system, and we can't let our kids down. And I think we'll move forward and get through this and find a good way to pull through. It's going to make it for a difficult budget discussion. And I hope you guys can get your house pulled in order and really drill down on this. 1.7 million is a whole lot to the county taxpayer.
It sure is. Mr. Tatum.
Dr. Sears, I'd just like to say, you know, we all make mistakes, and I fully understand, you know, no one's perfect. If you find someone who is perfect, get away from them. And I appreciate you coming forward and bringing us up to speed on this. And we know it's going to be a task. We appreciate everything that you can do within house to help work through this. It's going to be a task, but that's why we're here, to see these needs and work with the school board and just do the best we can. You know, I mean, we can't give you what we don't have, but on like side, you know, we can't say, well, it's your mess, you clean it up. No, this belongs to all of us, and you know, it's just we'll have to roll up our sleeves and work together on working it out. And you know, like I said, none of us are perfect. We all mess up, but I do appreciate you coming up here and offering your apology for it and taking responsibility for it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tatum. Anyone else? Mr. Carter?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Sears. And I know you can't give me an exact number, but if you all are able to consolidate some of this down, what do you think we're going to end up at? Do you have any idea?
We feel fairly confident that we can come up with a third of it right off the bat. And, of course, all this is subject to school board approval, but, we have not, we actually thought we had a healthy carryover balance coming from last year, so we hung on to the carryover balance from FY24, thinking we could add it to it and take care of an expensive capital project. So we still have the carryover from FY24 that hopefully the board would approve to apply to this deficit. And that was a little bit of money that can go toward it. And we have a few other areas too that, we think gets us to about a third of the total amount. And we have about a third of it that we still would like to review the audit, because we think that funding might be there, kind of floating out in space. They're tied into the federal funding that was, if everybody remembers, that funding came in late. Some of it came in after the end of the fiscal year, so we're still trying to sort all that out and would really like to review the audit before we draw any final conclusions on that. And then we just have to work through trying to make budget reductions to see where we can come up with the rest of it. But all of that is still speculative at this point. We really want to review the audit and present the formal plan. I may be saying too much right now with what I have said, but we have after looking at some of the numbers, we're optimistic that we're going to be able to address quite a bit of it this year.
Good. Well, thank you. We're all in the same boat, so we've got to work together, but we'll get it resolved.
Yes, and the county folks have been great and very supportive in trying to help us dig through it and make sense out of it all. And so we appreciate everyone being willing to help us out with this.
Anyone else?
That being said, Madam Vice Chair, I've had this conversation. We made a motion and put those rollover funds, granted them to the school, but they have not been moved and they have not left county coffers.
Correct.
So my question to this board is whether or not do you want to leave that the way it is, or do you want to make a motion to rescind those funds to keep them to put towards this at a later date? Does that make sense what I'm saying?
I would like to see the final audit.
Before we do that?
it, yes,
That's
absolutely.
fine with me.
I think that's fair. Mr.
Because,
Johnson.
Brian, correct me if I'm wrong, the way that those funds stand now, where we already earmarked them, those funds could go out of, explain those to us, please.
Correct. So it was as a subsequent board action. If you remember, we had the situation with bonuses for the school system and the county, but the way that the state did it, it was a little bit different. It was more of a flat bonus for school systems, and it was a percentage for localities. And so, but it was only a portion for both, and then we had to make up the difference to fund something for all employees. And so the schools came in and basically were able to fund a portion of those bonuses. And then the county ended up funding all of the bonuses with local funds. And so the board approved the remaining carryover, which was roughly $367,000, to either be used for additional bonus supplements or one-time capital needs. And that was what was approved. And so I think really it's just been, as Dr. Sears said, the schools just going through that analysis of how they would want to use those funds. So they haven't been designated at this point. So at this time, that $367,000 is still sitting on the county side to be transferred.
Okay, so,
And Marshall, just so you understand, I'm not saying push them out, I'm saying pull them back. But I'm fine with waiting until the audit if that's what you want to do.
any other comments? I'd like to offer a couple comments if I may. As a reminder, Mr. Mitchell and I serve as the school board liaisons from this board with the chair and vice chair of the school board, Jeff Worley and Dawn. I'm having a senior.
McCrae, Miss McCrae.
Thank you, McCray. I think in large part, historically over my tenure, 6 years, we've been able to rebuild our relationship, I believe, between the locality and the school board. And I think we're all very proud of that. And it is unique within the Commonwealth for sure. We have met, Mr. Mitchell and I and staff have met with Dr. Sears and staff recently. We've been working through these issues. And there has been first of all, I would say that the matter in totality is something that no school division wants to experience. These are egregious errors. They can, have repercussions if you look at it from a legal perspective. However, I would say that the meetings that we have had, there has been an overwhelming sense of, as my colleagues have articulated, we're all in this together. Human error occurs. We make our own errors on this side of the ledger as well at times. Or this side of the table, I should say. So I really do believe that we are trying to work through this in a stepped, methodical manner, whereas we have discussed with the school board. We had an initial joint meeting scheduled for January 13th, and we're pushing that out beyond January 20th because the audit will be presented to this board on January 20th. And so, as Marshall has stated, getting that audit is going to be a pivotal moment in determining next steps, I think, for the school board and the Board of Supervisors. So the expectation is between now and when we have our joint meeting with the school board after the 20th of January, that the school board, through Dr. Sears' administrative offices with the board itself, would be working to draft some documentation that's going to look at mitigation. And I've also asked them not only to look at cuts, but our board needs to understand, and I think the public needs to understand, what are the consequences of the suggested cuts. Because I think in one of our meetings, it was stated, if we have to go find $1.7 million, it's going to be devastating to instruction. It's going to be devastating to our teachers and our children. And there was a unanimous vote of sentiment. Mr. Mitchell, if you would tell me if I'm getting off track here, that we need and will work together. We're going to work together to work this to a point that we get through it, and we get through it with as much minimal damage as possible. And how we move forward into budget and other areas of funding as we work to CTE and so forth. We've got some exciting stuff in the queue for both boards. But this has got to be dealt with. It's got to be dealt with immediately. And personally, from my perspective, I have been very proud and very honored to sit in the room with you, Dr. Sears, and staff and school board members, and totally, you all have owned this without reservation, and you have pledged out of the gate to step up and fix this. And those fixes are going to be for the school board and the school administration determine. And that's where we come together at our joint meeting, and then we collectively and collaboratively decide how we move through next steps. And the sentiments, I think, that have been expressed up here, sentiments of concern, but also sentiment of that we need and should work together and collaboratively and constructively to get past this so that the harm to our teachers and students in the school division can be as minimal as possible. And I hear that being voiced amongst my colleagues this afternoon. And your remarks this afternoon, Dr. Sears, I very much appreciate. They definitely represent the sentiments that you spoke of when we met in some private meetings, and you are being very consistent and you're being very deliberate and intentional with what your leadership team and the school board intend on doing, and I commend you for that. And again, we're all in this together. I think that's the general sentiment up here. And we want to work through this for the betterment of our county students, teachers, and citizens.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to offer anything? Okay, Dr. Sears, thank you so much.
Thank you all.
And
Have a
I
good
do
Christmas.
appreciate the attendance of your school board members today. That is definitely a gesture of goodwill, and we very much appreciate that.
I hope you all have a good Christmas.
Thank you. Merry Christmas to you all as well. Okay, what we will do at this juncture, if it be the pleasure of the board, Mr. Tatum, if you would take us into closed session, that would be probably most beneficial.
All right, Madam Vice Chair, the Franklin County Board of Supervisors moves to enter into a closed meeting in accordance with 2.2-3711A1, personnel discussion of appointments of county boards, commissions, and et cetera. A3, discussion of the acquisition of real property or disposition of real property. A5, discussion concerning a prospective business or industry or the expansion of an existing business or industry. A8, consultation with legal counsel employed or retained by a public body regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel. A29, a discussion of terms of public contract of the Code of Virginia as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Tatum. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Madam Clerk, if you would do a roll call, please.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Quinn? I'm sorry, Supervisor Quinn is absent for the vote. Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Jamison?
Yes.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
And Chairman Thompson is absent for the vote.
So we will adjourn into B75 for closed session, and we will be back out here at
Board of
6 p.m. for our
Supervisors
evening
meeting
to order. I'd like to welcome each and every one of you. Thank you for being with us this evening. It's always nice to have a room full of people, some mad, some not, but we will roll with the punches, and we seriously do appreciate you taking the time to be with us. Mr. Tatum, if you would certify our closed session, please.
Yes, ma'am. I certify that only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed session to which this certification applies, and only such business matters as were identified in the motion by which this closed session was convened were heard, discussed, or considered in the meeting to which this certification applies.
Thank you, Mr. Tatum. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Jamison. Madam Clerk, if you would do a roll call, please.
Supervisor Jamison?
Yes.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Quinn is absent for the vote. Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
And Chairman Thompson is absent for the vote.
Thank you. What I'd like to do, Board, if it's to your pleasure, I'd like to move our appointments up to right now. Go ahead and dispose of those issues, and then we'll have Mr. Whitlow do his report and any subsequent report from the county attorney, and then we'll move into our evening agenda topics, if that meets with your approval. So what I would like to do is go through our appointments. It's year end, so please bear with us. We've got several appointments to make. As I committed to the board, we're going to move through these categorically in terms of the entity and make those respective appointments. The first one that's on our list is for vacant position on the STEP Board of Directors. Do I have a motion to appoint Mike Meredith? Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. All those in favor, Madam Clerk, do we need a roll call? Just voice vote?
That's fine.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And that carries unanimously. Okay, I'm just going to go down through Piedmont Community Services. I don't have anything of record for this evening. Recreation Commission. I think that we had Ms. Gower and Ms. Dillon. And then there's also a vacancy. So I'm understanding that Ms. Gower and Ms. Dillon wish to be reappointed. Is that correct? So I will entertain a motion. Let's just do a joint motion for both for the Rec Commission.
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye, and that carries unanimously. Next is Aging Services. We've got some there to deal with yet, but we do need to reappoint Linda Handy as one of the at-large members, so I'll entertain a motion to that extent.
So move.
Second.
Second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, and that carries unanimously. Next, the Broadband Authority, which is simply the Board of Supervisors. We're on rotation schedule with that as we are. So we've got Mr. Carter and Ronnie Thompson is up, and he, of course, is rotating off the board effective this month, and Nick Mitchell. So what we would need to do is to reappoint Mike Carter, reappoint Nick Mitchell, and appoint Mike Meredith as a new oncoming supervisor. If we could do those collectively, that would be great.
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And that carries unanimously. Let me see here. The Southern Area on Aging, we've got Linda Handy to reappoint. Is there a motion to do so?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, and that carries unanimously. The next item is Social Services Board. We have a request by Mr. Carter to be reappointed to the Social Services Board. Is there a motion?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, and that carries unanimously. West Piedmont Planning Commission Board, a motion I would like to ask for to reappoint Nick Mitchell and Tim Tatum to the West Piedmont Board.
So move.
Thank you, Marshall. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, and that carries unanimously. Okay, we're going to move down to the Western Virginia Regional Jail Authority. We need to make an appointment of Brian Carter and Christopher Whitlow's retirement coming up, pending retirement. So is there a motion to appoint Brian Carter to replace Chris Whitlow on the Jail Authority?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And also picking up on the Jail Authority, this is another motion, I apologize. We need to appoint Tim Tatum for Ronnie Thompson to be the lead on that board. So I would like a motion, please. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Okay, yes, and for the record, thank you, Mr. Whitlow, that Steve Sandy will be the alternate on the Western Virginia Regional Jail Authority. The next is TLAC, Tri-County Lakes Administrative Commission.
There, we have also Marshall Jamison to be the alternate for the Western Valley Regional Jail.
Okay,
Before you leave that one.
okay.
I'm sorry, Marshall James.
Marshall Jamison, okay. So let's correct the record if we could, Madam Clerk.
I'm sorry, and that was Marshall Jamison for,
For Tim.
He'll be my alternate.
okay.
Thank you. Pardon? Yeah, and we'll need a motion for that as well.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Mr. Tatum. TLAC, next one, to reappoint Jeff Salmon as the citizen rep for Smith Mountain Lake, Franklin County.
Madam Vice Chair, I make a motion, we also reappoint you, Lori Smith, so can we combine those two?
Yes, of course. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And that carries unanimously. Western Virginia Regional Industrial Facility Authority, we need a motion to appoint Steve Sandy for Chris Whitlow, and I'm not sure about the alternate for that. We'll come back to that at a future date. So I need a motion to appoint Steve Sandy for that, please.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, and that carries unanimously.
This is Justin Beeler. He has agreed.
Oh, he has agreed? Okay. I don't think I did pick that up. Okay, gentlemen, we need to make one of the reappointments to the Building Code Appeals Board. Justin Biller is wishing to continue. I'll entertain a motion to that effect.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second. Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, and that carries unanimously. Confirm with me if we know about, I think we're not going to take any action tonight on the Planning Commission for Mr. Clement since it's a March 30th.
Right.
Correct. The last one we have is for CPMT. Our newly installed supervisor that took his oath of office today has graciously volunteered to serve on the CPMT, and I would like to have a motion to that effect.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, and that carries unanimously.
And Madam Vice Chair, I just noticed one on here that we missed.
I'm sorry.
A citizen appointee for the West Piedmont Planning Board has David Rotteneiser on it.
Yeah.
Do we know if he wants to continue?
See, I didn't know if we had contacted him.
Last time I spoke to him, he wanted to stay.
He did?
Yeah, he hasn't indicated to me that he changed, so I would like to renominate David Rodenizer for the Citizens Rep.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you for catching that.
I was going to suggest Chris Whitlow.
Good luck with that. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, and that carries unanimously. Did that take care of it, gentlemen? There's quite a bit of in and outs there. And we'll continue to make these appointments moving forward in the coming months. Okay, Mr. Whitlow, I'm going to defer to you for your county administrator's remarks.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board. I think primarily I covered a lot of mine earlier in the meeting, a lot of accolades and some good things, a lot of recognitions in the county. Some others that I'm reminded of, and this is for the board's consideration. The Roanoke Regional Chamber of Commerce will hold their 136th annual meeting on, let's see, it's January the 29th. We do have a table there, and if board members wish to attend, please let my office know, Amy or Lori in our office. Mr. Tatum was able to attend a recent regional chamber event, and Franklin County had more businesses than any other locality in the whole entire Roanoke region nominated for awards, and took two of the major awards, Homestead Creamery as well as Virginia Furniture Market. And so very proud of our Franklin County businesses and all of those that were both nominated but received those awards, and it's nice to be recognized in the Roanoke region with our business community. So I'll point that out. And then one other item, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board, we do have a special use permit application utility service for some upgrades, if you will, as part of the Summit View Business Park, working with our Appalachian Power Company. We've talked about this some in several years, last several years, regarding substation power and so forth there at the park for our existing businesses and potential future businesses. That does require a special use permit application, and so we would need a motion to authorize myself to sign that application so we can get that working. Like I said, we've worked with Appalachian Power now for the last 4 or 5 years, and so we're zeroing in on a specific site there.
Okay, I will ask the board for a motion to submit the special use permit application for utility service.
Madam Vice Chair, I'm prepared to offer a motion.
Thank you.
I move to authorize the county administration to sign a special use permit application for utility service major for parcel 03600205000 and 03600200400 and to fast track the application.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor, if we could do a roll call vote, Madam Clerk, on this one, please.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Supervisor Quinn?
Yes.
Supervisor Jamison?
Yes.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
And Chairman Thompson is absent for the vote.
Thank you. Mr. Whitlow.
And that's all I have this
Okay,
evening.
very,
Thank you.
very good. Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to move into our agenda for the evening. The first item that we have, I'd invite Ms. Rosser to the podium to discuss item number 1, which is the disposition of county property at prospective sublease on a parcel located at 260 Weaver Street, Rocky Mount. and then 21.7 acres located at 175 Industrial Avenue, Rocky Mount. Ms. Rosser.
Good evening, Madam Vice Chair and members of the board. The purpose of the public hearing tonight is to provide the opportunity for the public to provide comment on the potential temporary sublease of a portion of the Moducraft property. When the county purchased the property from Champion Homes earlier this year, Champion did have 2 active leases on that property. First, we had Pinnacle Transportation Systems. They leased the front parking area of Parcel 1, while Roadmaster had a lease on the fence parking area that's to the side and the back of the main manufacturing facility. Both companies utilize the property for the storage of modular units for Fleetwood Homes, and basically they store them there before they're transported to other locations. A map of those areas has been included in your packet. Staff has been in contact with both Pinnacle and Roadmaster, and both companies are interested in the continued utilization of the property. If the board is amenable to the continued leases with each company, the initial term would be for 1 year, and there would be 4 one-year renewals that would be optional for the county. Each company would be responsible for a monthly payment to the county of $1,000 and will be required to provide adequate insurance coverage for the duration of the lease. In addition, county staff was also contacted by a third company, Southern Heritage Homes, that is interested in leasing a covered storage structure that's located on the front part of Parcel 2. The structure is not currently being utilized by the county for any purpose. Again, the initial term would be for 1 year with 4 optional renewals. And in return, the company would be in agreement to clean up the space directly behind the main manufacturing facility. If the cleanup work is completed before the expiration of the lease agreement, we would then move to negotiate a monthly lease amount, and that would be done at the next agreement renewal. So in accordance with the provisions of the Code of Virginia, we are holding this public hearing to receive public comment regarding the prospective sublease of portions of the Moducraft property. Staff feels that the continued partnership with Pinnacle Transportation and, and Roadmaster, along with that of Southern Heritage Homes, is mutually beneficial, and that the proposed lease terms would provide us with the flexibility to make term modifications as needed once the development of the site begins. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Rosser. Any questions from board members at this juncture? Ms. Rosser, are there any of the parties with us this evening that would want to make comments before we open a public hearing?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So having that said, Madam Clerk, do we have anyone signed up? Okay. So I'm going to open and close the public hearing for the record on this matter. So my colleagues, do you all have a desire, someone make a motion on this topic, please? You have the motions in your handouts.
I'll make it, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you.
I make a motion that the Board of Supervisors approve lease agreements with Pinnacle Transportation Systems Incorporated, Roadmaster, and Southern Heritage Homes to allow for use of portions of the county-owned properties with parcel number 20400384403 and parcel number 20400384403 as presented. I further move the board to authorize the county administrator and/or county attorney to execute the required documents to formalize the lease agreements.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Tatum. All those in, well, I think for this one, we'll do a roll call. Pardon me, Madam Clerk, if you'd be so kind.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Quinn?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Supervisor Jamison?
Yes.
And Chairman Thompson is absent for the vote.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, the next item on our agenda is an application for special use. I'd ask Ms. Cooper to come up. This application is of Merle and Gretchen Groves, the applicants and owners, are requesting a special use permit on approximate 5.14 acres of property zoned R1, Residential Suburban Subdivision District. Ms. Cooper, you'll provide the details. I won't read all of them.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair and other members of the board. Yes, we are here for a special use permit for a second single-family dwelling on a property that is zoned, excuse me, I just lost the zoning, R1, like you said. I'd like to give you a little bit of background information on the property. The proposed second dwelling would be occupied by the parents of the owner of the property. The proposed dwelling would be 24 by 40, about a 1,200 square foot house, and will use the existing well and septic that the main single-family dwelling is using at the time. According to the building department's records, the certificate of occupancy for the main single family was approved for a 1-bedroom. The proposed second dwelling has 2 bedrooms, and the approved septic by the Virginia Department of Health in July of 2024 was for 3 bedrooms. So the septic system has the capacity to have this house constructed if approved by the board. The property is located at the end of a private road. The property, along with other properties in the area, are wooded and they're on large lots. The parcel consists of the single-family dwelling that I talked about earlier, several accessory structures, and the proposed second dwelling is to be constructed behind the main house with access to the existing driveway. In the letter of application, Mr. Grove stated that his parents are aging and they need more assistance, and they live about 5.5 hours away, and that they do not necessarily have the financial means to purchase a separate property. This would be a way for them to be close to him and still live independently. Staff did receive 4 phone calls inquiring about the application, and 1 email from a property owner that asked that the Planning Commission make sure that the property is not damaged during construction. We like to give you a vicinity map to show you where it's located in the county. We also like to give you an aerial of the property. As you can tell, this subdivision definitely has large lots, and this is the parcel that we're talking about. This is your zoning map. So you see that the green is R1. Of course, your beige dotted area is A1, and then this burnt orange is RC1. We also like to give you your comprehensive plan map. In your new comprehensive plan, it's low-density residential, and also it has that lake influence that's 0.5 miles off the lake. This is the conceptual plan, so you can see where the proposed home would be located. This is the existing drive. This is where their septic is located. They just wanted to give you a drawing of what the house would look like. This was in your packet. Analysis, this particular use would not be substantial detriment to the adjacent properties due to the size of the property and the surrounding areas being constructed with single-family dwellings. The second dwelling would generate similar amounts of noise and traffic as any other single residence. The use would be in harmony with the purpose and the intent of the district, because uses like this, we expect to see single-family dwellings in the R1 district. The comprehensive plan supports all types of housing in various lot size and low-density residential and in the lake influence area designation. The plan also is in support of ADUs, accessory dwelling units, which this second dwelling is considered. And this type is listed in primary land uses in your new comprehensive plan. And as you well know, but just in case, ADUs are smaller independent dwelling units that exist on the same lot with a primary structure. The comprehensive plan has an objective to ensure adequate and affordable housing options for residents, and this second dwelling is one of those options. ADUs is a way for seniors to age in place and supports our affordable housing option. The second dwelling would have minimal impact on the established neighborhood due to the proximity of the lot at the end of the road, the size of this lot, and the placement of the second dwelling property. Your Planning Commission did hold their public hearing, and they did vote to make a recommendation to approve with 6 conditions. The first is the special use permit authorizes only 1 second dwelling on this parcel. No additional residential dwellings shall be permitted. The occupant of the second dwelling shall only be used for immediate family which is siblings, grandparents, parents, children, spouses, in accordance to Section 25223 of the Franklin County Code. In the reference to Condition 2, the applicant and property owner shall reflect this use and the occupancy in an affidavit that will be approved by the Planning and Community Development Department and recorded in the Clerk of Circuit Court office with the property. The second dwelling shall have its own address, clearly visible and displayed on the dwelling for 911 emergency services. The applicant, property owner shall obtain all required permits in the Franklin County Building and Planning Department prior to the use and occupancy of the second dwelling. The applicant and property owner shall comply with the regulations per the Virginia Department of Health, VDH. And I would be glad to answer any questions, and I'm sure the applicant is here to give you a brief presentation also.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. Are there any questions for Ms. Cooper at this stage? Please, I just have one quick question. With regard to the septic, and this being an ADU profile, if you will, does VDH make any distinction between, it's essentially a shared septic permit? Is that what we're looking at?
Yes, ma'am. So what they can do is VDH has approved their occupancy for 3 bedrooms. So since the original house only had 1, this house has 2. When they go to obtain the building permit, they'll submit that septic permit to the building official so that it shows that it has ample septic on there. More than likely, Mr. Groves may be able to answer the question. More than likely, the drain field is already put in for a 3-bedroom home, so they'll just connect to it. Now, whether it has to have a second box, I'm not sure. They'll probably connect to the existing box.
Okay.
But that would be a question I'd have to ask VDH.
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Cooper. Mr. and Ms. Groves here, would you like to address the board this evening? Welcome.
Thank you.
If you'd state your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, my name is Merle Groves, address 229 Pleasant Ridge Drive, Wirtz, Virginia 24184. Thank you for covering everything we're trying to do. Just to add a few details, we're doing this for my parents who are aging, and they're just in need of a little extra assistance as they get older. So this seemed like a great option that would have minimal impact on the community, that would allow them to have, some to still be able to kind of maintain their sense of lifestyle with a little bit of help from us when needed. Right. So that's what we're trying to do. With their question about the septic, based on the topography of the lot, the house will be in between the main structure that's already there, and it'll be able to tie right into the current septic system based on a gravity feed.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Groves? Okay, Mr. Groves, thank you for being with us. We very much appreciate it.
Thank you for the time.
Okay, at this juncture, I will, let's see here. Do we have anybody signed up for this? So I'm going to formally open this for public hearing. We have no one signed up to speak. Is there anyone that would alternatively wish to speak to this matter that's not signed up? You're more than welcome. Okay, seeing none, I will close this public hearing. And board, what's your pleasure on this application?
Lori, I'd like to make a couple comments. So,
please.
I support the application for a few reasons. I did not receive any complaints, either phone calls or emails. We've approved similar SUPs for family guest homes in the past, so this is approval of this is consistent with what we've done in the past. The second home, and the main home will be on a very large lot, which I think helps the application. The second home, or ADU, is for family only. The second home, as you could see in the diagram, is set way back from the lake and from other borders. So I really think there's minimal impact on the community. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. And Mr. Groves, I would say to you on a personal note, I have huge respect for what you're doing for your parents.
Sure.
Aging in place is very important, and what you're doing is commendable. So thank you for that. Okay, Mr. Quinn, that concludes your remarks. This is in your district. I'll make sure there are no other questions from board members. I'll entertain a motion as to your pleasure.
12. Saw it earlier.
Oh, here it is. I'm all set. So I find that the use will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent properties, that the character of the zoning district will not be changed thereby, and that such use will be in harmony with the uses permitted by the right in the zoning district and with the public health, safety, and general welfare to the community. Therefore, I move to recommend approval of the applicant's request for a special use permit for the purpose of a home, second, single-family, detached dwelling on a lot in accordance with section 25-223 of the zoning ordinance with the 6 conditions that were recommended by the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Tatum. Madam Clerk, if you do a roll call, please.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Quinn?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Jamison?
Yes.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
And Chairman Thompson is absent for the vote.
Okay, very good, very good. Congratulations, Mr. Groves. We wish you well. The next item is an application for special use permit, Ms. Cooper, of Eric Wine, and I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, applicant and Big Cove Partners LLC, requesting a special use permit on approximately 1.55 acres of property zoned A1 agricultural district. Ms. Cooper.
Thank you again. We are here for another special use permit, and this is the only dwelling that would be located on the parcel and would be used for the short-term rental. The property is located on a secondary state-maintained road and has a driveway that would provide ample parking. The water supply is by well. The sewer supply is by septic. The closest residence is approximately 45 feet from the proposed short-term rental at 211 Big Cove Drive. According to the county records, the dwelling is a one-story single-family residence with a certificate of occupancy issued in 2025, consisting of 4 bedrooms, 4 full bathrooms, and 1 half bath, for a total living area of approximate 3,963 square feet. In 2024, that OSE construction permit was issued by the Virginia Department of Health for a 4-bedroom home. The septic tank and drain field is located in front of the property. The short-term rental could be rented for a maximum of 8 adults if approved by the board. Mr. Wine and the property owner stated in his letter of application that he intends to use the home both for personal enjoyment and as a short-term rental. And he will serve as the property manager when he is physically present, but will engage with another short-term rental management company to oversee the operations when he is not present. Staff received 2 phone calls, 1 inquiry about the application and 1 opposition to the application. And at the Planning Commission public hearing, there was 1 person in opposition. We'd like to give you a vicinity map of where it's located in the Union Hall District. We also like to give you an aerial. So this is the property outlined in blue. We also like to give you the zoning map, which you see it is surrounded by A1 agricultural property. We also like to give you the comprehensive plan map, and it is zoned low-density residential and the lake influence that is 0.5 miles off of the lake. This is the conceptual plan that was submitted by the owner. You see the proposed septic here, and then here is the home. Analysis, the property has a single-family dwelling to the left, a vacant lot to the right, and single-family dwellings across on Big Cove Drive. The surrounding properties close in size. There is one manufactured home park or a park that has single wides and double wides. There is also one campground in the area. Due to the proximity of the homes in this area, there is a landscape buffer that is one of the conditions that the Planning Commission put on to help screen the two properties. The property has a driveway that leads to the dwelling off of Big Cove Drive, which would provide, as I stated before, ample parking. The traffic generated by this short-term rental should be similar to what is generated by single-family dwellings or other dwellings in the area that are not rented. The noise of the rental should be similar or normally what you expect to have in a residential neighborhood. The family dwelling can be rented to a maximum of 8 adults. The septic permit, as stated before, was for 4 bedrooms. The comprehensive plan designations, as I stated before, was low-density residential and the lake influence area. Low-density residential generally represents suburban patterns of development and housing consistent of single-family dwellings on a variety of lot sizes. The lake influence area consists of residential uses, but due to being a tourist destination and popular with second homes around the lake and the need for accommodations for the guests, the county will more than likely see an increase in the STRs in these two future land use designations. Staff and the Planning Commission concluded that there will be minimal impact to the surrounding area due to the development pattern of this area with single-family dwelling, a manufactured home village at the end of the street, and a campground in the area. One would expect transient and second homes in this area with minimal increase to traffic and noise also generated. The Planning Commission did hold their public hearing. They did make a recommendation of approval with 6 conditions. The first is that the special use permit, if authorized, is just for this parcel, and it is just for this dwelling. Any other changes has to go back through the process. The owner shall always comply with the supplementary regulations in the Franklin County Code, which is Section 25-138 and Section 5.572. The owner will have to provide and maintain proof of a liability insurance of $1 million. The owner will also have to register the short-term rental use and shall have the property inspected in compliance with the county code, and the short-term rental cannot be rented until the inspection and it is in compliance. The owner shall supply the planning department with the name and phone number of a property manager or contact person anytime this information is changed. Staff will notify adjoining property owners of this information and notify them of any changes of the information. The owner shall plant a landscape buffer between the subject property of 193 Big Cove Drive from the front edge of the home to the 800-foot contour along the property line. The landscape planning will be approved by the planning office prior to the approval of the short-term rental annual registration. I would be glad to answer any questions that you may have, and the applicant is here.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. Are there any questions for Ms. Cooper at this point? Okay, if Mr. Nguyen is here, we would welcome you to the podium to make any remarks that you desire to. Pardon? Mr. Nguyen?
I'm sorry, I misspoke.
No, are we good? We're good? Okay, all right. So I will open the public hearing on this special use permit. Madam Clerk, is there anyone signed up to speak? Okay, is there anyone here that would wish to speak to this matter that is not signed up? You're more than welcome to do so. Okay, hearing none, I will close this public hearing, and I will defer to my colleagues for any inquiries, questions, or disposition on this matter. Mr. Quinn.
I'll start off the comments. Again, I received no emails or calls complaining about the application. I do seem to recall that we have not consistently approved short-term rental SUPs on property zoned A1. So that's just a point I'm making. However, I do support incrementally increasing our housing stock with STRs where there is no opposition and where it won't have a detriment to the community. And so I do support this SUP.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. Any other comments? Questions? Okay, I'll entertain a motion on this permit.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn.
I find that the use will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent properties, that the character of the zoning district will not be changed thereby, and that such use will be in harmony with the uses permitted by right in the zoning district and with the public health, safety, and general welfare to the community. Therefore, I move to recommend approval of the applicant's request for a special use permit to allow for short-term tourist rental of dwelling with the 6 conditions recommended by the staff.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Tatum. Madam Clerk, if you do a roll call.
Supervisor Quinn?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Jamison?
Yes.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
And Chairman Thompson is absent for the vote.
Okay, this SUP stands approved. Thank you to my colleagues. The next item on our agenda, number 4, I'm going to lay a foundation for this agenda item. This is an appeal of the Planning Commission action on a conformance review. Is pursuant to Code of Virginia Section 15.2-2232B, Constitution Solar, LLC, an affiliate of Innovatus Solar, is petitioning to appeal the October 14th, 2025 finding of the Franklin County Planning Commission, and that the proposed Constitution Solar project, otherwise known as the project, is not, quote, substantially in accord, end quote, with the Franklin County Comprehensive Plan. The project is a solar generator facility utility scale project. The project is on approximately plus or minus 35 acre portion of approximately plus or minus 168 acres of property not zoned or NZ non-zoned. The parcel is located on Virgil H. Good Highway in the Snow Creek Election District of Franklin County and further identified by real estate tax records as tax map parcel 111-001-7401. The property has a future land use designation of rural area and conservation area, county, CONF 0725-18354 with attachments. I am going to invite Ms. Cosby to the podium this evening on behalf of the applicant. And Ms. Cosby, we welcome you this evening. We're glad you're with us. And if there's anyone else with you that wishes to join you, please feel free to do so. And if you would give us your name and address, please.
Yes, thank you. My name is Ann Neal Cosby. I'm land use counsel for the petitioner in this case. I work at a firm in Richmond, Green Herlocker. With me tonight are Brennan McCone and Allie Walling with Innovatus. And Mr. McCone will speak a little bit after I'm done to the project itself. As counsel, I thought I would come and set the stage just a little bit more on the legal framework of why we're here, and give you an overview of our legal basis. It's all in the petition that we filed, so I won't go through it all. I'll just hit some of the highlights for you. Here we go. So why are we here? And Madam Vice Chair, you read it just perfectly. We're here pursuant to Virginia Code Section 15.22232. Well, what is that? So that's this really kind of strange provision in the Code of Virginia that's in the land use section, but it's not related to zoning. And it's very specific. And what does it say? And I've got the language here. It says that it only applies to public utility facilities. So a proposed public utility facility can't be authorized or constructed anywhere in Virginia unless and until, and the operative language is this, the general location or approximate location, character, and extent thereof has been submitted to and approved by the local planning commission as being substantially in accord with the adopted comprehensive plan. So it's a very limited review, and again, it applies only to public facilities. And so the question is a facility, and it does apply to solar facilities. So, and you'll hear a little bit more about this project. So Innovatus was required to come before the Planning Commission for a determination whether or not this project was substantially in accord with the comprehensive plan. So that's the only question in a 2232 review. We call them a bunch of different things. We call them a 2232. I think the county calls them a conformance review. Sometimes they're called substantially in accord reviews, but whatever they're called, it's the same thing. Is the general location and character of the project substantially in accord with the comprehensive plan? That's it. That's the only question. It's not like a zoning case, whether it's in the a zoned portion of the county or not. For purposes of the 2232, this isn't a question of public health, safety, welfare. I know you're all used to that. You know, what is public health, safety, welfare? What are the impacts to the adjacent property owners? That is not this review. This review focuses only on the comprehensive plan and whether the project conforms or doesn't conform with the comp plan. So again, it's a strange little section of the code, deals only with public facilities, but that's what's before you. The second part, once that review has occurred, an applicant may appeal the decision of the Planning Commission by written petition to the Board of Supervisors, setting forth the reasons for appeal, and then a majority vote of the board may overrule the commission if it finds that the project is substantially in accord with the comprehensive plan. So that, in a very complicated nutshell, is why we're here today, and that's what the foundation is, and that's the standard for you to consider in all of this. I will note that Franklin County's utility scale solar generation facility siting policy, which you just adopted in 2025, incorporates exactly what I've just said. So if an applicant proposes a utility scale solar generation facility in the non-zoned areas of the county, they still have to come to the county to get the 2232 conformance review. And so that's just exactly right. So the county has adopted the state law provisions in your own policy. So you've got it in your policy. So we're here under the policy as required under state law. So that's a little bit of why we're here. Now, just some general background on the application. On July 7th, 2025, Innovatus, as the developer, Virgil Good and Elizabeth Good Brumfield filed their 2232 review with the county related to the Constitution Solar Project. Just high level, Constitution is a 5 megawatt solar project, so it's not a huge utility scale, big project, 5 megawatts. As Madam Vice Chair indicated, located on Virgil Good Highway in the Snow Creek District, and it's in a non-zoned area portion of the county. The 2232 review application that the county just adopted includes very specific information that needs to be included in that application. Innovatus or Constitution Solar filed that application. It had everything in there that it was required to provide: concept plan, simulations, decommissioning study, glint and glare. I won't go through all of those, but it was a great big binder of information. So that was provided to staff. Importantly, the application also included a detailed 2232 analysis. You know, what is our position as to how we meet the comprehensive plan standards? So within, and those portions again are included in your petition. So the application included a whole section, I think it's section 8, that has different subheadings. Conformance with Franklin County's vision. So it went through all of the criteria of how the project satisfied those criteria. And I won't go through again all of them here. They're just briefly summarized. But there was another section, future land use, specifically supportive agrivoltaics. The section on environmentally responsible development, and then there was a whole section on how the project minimizes environmental impacts. Electrical utilities, whole section that talked about addressing the load increase and how this would mitigate electrical issues. Goals, objectives, and strategies, again, a whole section how the project would preserve and improve actually the quality of the county's soil, water, and air in the area. A section on economic development. And then finally, there's a section on how the application satisfies the comprehensive plan policies related to utility scale that the county just adopted. So all of that the applicant put in the binder and handed it over to staff. Then staff took it and they conducted their own separate analysis of the application to determine whether your professional staff thought that this application was substantially in accord with the comprehensive plan. They went through, and that's also it's in your packet, it's in our petition for appeal, but they went through and analyzed the conservation area and rural area criteria in the future land use plan. They analyzed the comprehensive plan policies related to the utility scale solar projects. And then after they did all of that analysis, they provided recommendations based on their professional technical review. And I will read these because I do think this is important because, again, the applicant provided its information, but this is your professional staff that has these summaries. So from page 6 of their staff report that was provided to the Planning Commission, staff talking, this project is meeting the criteria of the zoning ordinance for solar and the utility scale solar generation facility siting policy that's part of the comprehensive plan. The project is meeting the intent of Chapter 9 for renewable energy concerning solar. The comprehensive plan designations expect to see construction of solar facilities in areas that the project can protect the environment, cultural resources, viewsheds, and residential areas. This project meets the intent of the comprehensive plan and policy for renewable energy / utility scale solar projects. Therefore, staff's language, this project is in compliance with the county's comprehensive plan and policy. That was based on their own independent review. A separate page of their analysis, this is again straight from that report. The proposed solar facility shall minimize impacts to land use, surrounding properties, and environmental aspects. A large portion of the land will be undeveloped, and the project is designed to minimize environmental impacts through the existing wooded buffer and screening. The screening will also provide mitigation for adverse visual impacts to the public rights-of-way, adjacent properties, natural and historic resources, and protect the scenic viewshed. The project is located outside of the designated growth area and aligns with the county's comprehensive plan. They're citing that's on page 7 of the report. So again, another recommendation and summary. In summary, staff recommends that the project meets the general location or approximate location, character, and extent thereof, that the public utility is substantially in accord with the adopted comprehensive plan or part thereof. So that information provided by staff to the Planning Commission, in addition to what the applicant had provided, but again, went through in great detail the comprehensive plan and this project. So what happened? October 14th, the Planning Commission voted 3-2 to deny the application. It was a quick hearing, and there was really no deliberation. There was a motion that had been included in their packet that was read, which recited that the project was denied because it was inconsistent with adopted policies contained in the Franklin County Comprehensive Plan and would not aid in the creation of a convenient, attractive, or harmonious community. That was it. So there wasn't anything that was said or included in the motion or anything on the record that there was any basis for the determination that the project was not inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. And again, everything that was before the Planning Commission on the record in the application and in the staff report identified how the project was consistent with the comprehensive plan. Of course, the Planning Commission didn't have to follow staff, but it does have to indicate if it's inconsistent, then why, where, why, and how. And nothing was said. This language is straight from the motion. So I wish I could tell you as the reviewing board, what was it that the Planning Commission thought was inconsistent with your professional staff? I don't know. I can't tell you that. But again, I give you the information from staff and the applicant. As to the second finding, whether a solar project will aid in the creation of a convenient, attractive, or harmonious community, that's not, as I said on the first slide, that's not a criteria that we consider, that the Planning Commission can legally consider in reviewing a 2232. So that's sort of, to me, we'll strike that. And so then your consideration, again, on review of the Planning Commission's decision is, were they correct that the project was not substantially in accord with the comp plan, given the information that they had in front of them? And so we believe, based on the evidence that was provided at that hearing, that the determination that the solar project was in error, and we respectfully request that you overrule the Planning Commission. Look to what your staff has provided for the comprehensive plan analysis. Mr. McComb will come up and give you a little bit more, just again, higher level on the project, so you understand that while you're considering your comprehensive plan. But that's the basis of our petition. We appreciate everybody's time on this application. Staff, Planning Commission, everybody. I mean, it is, we respect the decision. We just think that in this case, it is consistent with the comp plan, and hope that you will find that accordingly. And with that, I will hand it over to Mr. McCone for brief remarks.
Thank you,
So
Ms.
thank
Cosby.
you.
We appreciate your remarks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
If you'd state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Brennan McCone, and I live in Dover, Delaware. So I just wanted to, I appreciate everyone's time, the board, everyone's time here tonight. But I really, thank Ms. Neal for all her comments on kind of setting the stage. I really want to kind of try to distill down the 330 some odd pages in our application, because we put a lot of work into this project. It kind of started in 2020, so we've been five-ish years in the making. As mentioned multiple times, this is a 5 megawatt project. It is a small 35 acre project that is equivalent to powering about 560 Virginia homes. And this is coming from the U.S. Energy Information Administration. So all this is kind of outlined in the application. So I'm going to just try to go through some of the facts. The project will connect directly to the Appalachian Power distribution grid right along 220, where the project is located. And we have signed a small generator interconnection agreement with Appalachian Power. And we're also working through a power purchase agreement, which is typically at the very end of the whole process. But Appalachian Power is eager for these electrons, and we've submitted to an RFP, and we have been selected. This project, as mentioned, only about 21% of this parcel will be used for the project, and it's currently not in prime farmland. It's marginal hay, timber. The landowners have run cattle with some success, some years no success. But we also are preserving about 18% of the property for vegetation buffers, for screening, and any kind of, to limit the visual impact of this project. And this project, solar is one of the only land uses where the property or the land can be returned to its natural state. So this effectively acts as a land banking mechanism, while enabling the county to preserve strategic land assets while meeting current energy and economic goals that have been set out, and in the comprehensive plan that has been determined this year. So this project aligns with the comprehensive plan, and in terms of increasing local tax revenue without adding burdens to infrastructure or any emergency services. And the project contributes to long-term economic development and emissions-free electricity grown right here in Franklin County. So I'm just going to try to, a lot of this stuff is in your packet, but I just kind of trying to hit the highlights here. The project, this is the layout of the project, the preliminary layout. We have 2 entrances that avoid any impacts to streams and wetlands. Let me just kind of guide you guys here a little bit. These dashed lines are a 100-foot buffer on any of the streams or wetlands located on the property. And again, these have been, the wetlands have been delineated by a professional engineer and then also by the Army Corps of Engineers. And the design and engineering has progressed significantly. We've reserved areas for stormwater management and erosion and sediment control so that the stormwater quantity is reduced and the quality is improved throughout construction and the life of the project. So all these devices will be in place prior to construction. We really worked hard on working with the neighbors, all the adjacent neighbors that kind of butt up against this project. We went in and spoke with them in April. We took their feedback and we moved some of the equipment around. We tried to reduce the overall footprint and came back again in June to present them with an updated layout. And many of their letters of approval and emails are in your packet. So hopefully you've been able to read those and understand that we've listened to the neighbors and what can we do. We've increased buffers 4 times what the county requires. We've set back way more than 300 feet from any homes, more than 150 feet from any of the parcel boundaries. So we routinely have exceeded any of the county requirements for this project. And then, the overall plan is to, utilize single access trackers that are currently being engineered for steeper slopes so that we can really reduce any grading on this site. So just kind of going through just a quick highlight of the construction, operation, and decommissioning. We expect about 8 months construction period, and we've been very diligent putting together the construction, operation, and decommissioning plans. In your packet, you'll also see a decommissioning plan that outlines restoring the property to its current state after the useful life of the project. And as you all know, we will hold a bond with the county for the decommissioning, which will also be updated every 5 years to adjust for inflation. And generally, we do not commit this early in a project, but we have signed commitments to utilize local skilled union labor for the construction of the project. And this is ensuring family sustaining paychecks and on-the-job training for Franklin County residents. So a lot of the labor aspect will be an apprenticeship where folks will be able to learn and work on the job. And we make every effort to source American-made equipment, such as racking, inverters, and modules. And this equipment selection is dependent on pricing, specifications, and mainly availability. So as a company, we strive for American products and plan to put as many American products equipment on this site. So talking to a lot of the residents, one of the major concerns is stormwater and erosion control. And this is something that we take very seriously. And the site is subject to the Virginia stormwater regulations, where we are required to follow best practices outlined in the Virginia Stormwater Management Handbook. And this site is still subject to additional rounds of approvals. So we're going to be working with the county stormwater, with Virginia Department of Environmental Quality, and then also the Virginia Erosion and Sediment Control Program to make sure that we are in compliance prior to final site plan review. And as mentioned, we've conservatively placed these stormwater basins where we hope to reduce the size of them, but we just want to make sure that we have enough room for our equipment, and we don't anticipate any of these stormwater ponds to increase in size, only to reduce in size. And since the site will comply with the Pollinator Smart program, the ground cover, which is currently hay and some timber, but it's primarily in the hay section, the ground quality will greatly improve from the existing conditions. We'll have plants with longer roots, more diverse, and it'll capture a lot of the rainwater. And then, as mentioned, the stormwater ponds capture anything beyond that. So, in terms of stormwater, we also need to have a stormwater pollution prevention plan. We call it SWIP. And And, this is something that we'll have a contracted SWIP plan that will be for the maintenance for the life cycle of the project. So just from construction through operation, through decommissioning, we have to have that SWIP plan in place, excuse me. And, we've built over 750 megawatts of solar in the United States. So we have a lot of experience building in difficult terrain, in difficult, other landscapes. We're trying to attack this as, addressing any of the SWIP head on. And we ask all of our contractors to, point out anything that they might see that's, anything in the SWIP fence. We'll have third-party inspections, weekly SWIP inspections from a third-party inspector. And then inspections will also occur after at least 1 inch of rain within 24 hours. There'll be an inspection to make sure that everything is compliant. And all stormwater management measures will be compliant to the maximum extent possible by Virginia law. So we manage a lot of sites across the country, as mentioned, but we work with the local experts. We work with the local pollinator companies that are going to supply a vegetation management plan that will be pollinator smart compliant. So what does this mean? This consists of, it's a very detailed management plan where soil sampling will occur to figure out what vegetation will actually establish in this soil. Because if you speak to the landowner, not much grows here. It's hard to get hay, and if it's dry, you're not getting much hay at all. So with the local experts, help evaluate root depth and native planting to achieve better stabilization and taking of the seed. And we stand by the statement that this project will bring community benefits beyond just the increased revenue and job creation. After more than 20 plus years of continual hay production and grazing, allowing the soil to rest and help restore its health and vitality for future generations to come. So most of you have seen this. It's in our packet. We presented it to the Planning Commission, but we are proposing a $125,000 voluntary self-imposed payment, as well as the greater of revenue share and machine and tool tax payments for the life of the project. So we can provide capital benefits that are not enforced on projects of this size in an unzoned area. And as mentioned, we've signed the power purchase agreement with Appalachian Power for offtake of the power. And I hope most of you, most people at the board, most people in the crowd have been able to read the press release from Appalachian Power with lower energy prices combined with Appalachian Power incorporating more renewable sources of power into its energy mix have resulted in the company requesting a reduction in the fuel factor rate. So this equates to, projects like this equate to over $100 annually, a savings of $100 per residential home by incorporating more projects like Constitution Solar into their energy mix. This was presented in October of 2025. So as mentioned, we've engaged all the neighbors, we've spoken to them, made adjustments. A lot of them, you've seen the support from letters, emails, all included in your packet. And with this project being built using skilled union labor for all site work and mechanical installation, it can deliver that family sustaining jobs and on-the-job training for Franklin County residents. And then in conclusion, the Constitution Solar Project demonstrates strong alignment with both the legal requirements under Code 15.2-2232 and the long-term planning objectives of the Franklin County Comprehensive Plan. So through environmental, responsible design, economic benefit, dual-use land integration, this project supports Franklin County's vision for a sustainable and prosperous future. And this project, I know we've covered a lot, and we might have some questions. So please feel free. I'll be here. Ask any questions. We're just happy to be here. And thanks for everybody.
Thank you. Are there any questions, comments for the applicant? Mr. Carter?
Yes, sir. I've got a couple questions. In your paperwork, and I think this was from the Planning Commission, somebody asked a question that the blah, 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 electric customers would receive a 10% discount from AEP. Who's going to qualify for that discount?
So when we were planning, presenting to the Planning Commission, we were planning to go into the community solar program that AEP has put out an RFP for 50 megawatts. And at this point, the 50 megawatts has already been spoken for. So we've gone the traditional RFP route that they typically release RFP every year. And we recently were awarded a power purchase agreement from Appalachian Power. So the community solar, we're not going that route anymore. So yeah, that customers can still bid into or apply to the community solar program and see a savings on their bill. But this project, just how it's gone, is no longer available for that.
And also, I'm questioning your use of unionized labor. I don't know of any unions in Franklin County. It concerns me because I heard this same scenario with Mountain Valley Pipeline. They were going to provide all these local jobs, and that never materialized. They brought workers in here from Ohio and Iowa and Utah and everywhere else. So I sort of doubt it's going to be a lot of local jobs. It's just my impression.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, local IBEW 26, they're out of Roanoke. So a lot of those individuals do live in Franklin County and live in the surrounding counties.
Okay,
So-
thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Any other? Mr. Tatum?
Thank you for coming and giving us this information. I have some concerns. You said you have a plan for decommissioning.
Yes, sir.
For when it comes to the end of life and no longer in use. Who's responsible for cleaning this mess up?
We are. The project owner, yes, sir. We have a bond with the county in case something happens, but we are fully responsible for decommissioning this project. And, useful life, we expect it to be in the ground for at least 30 years. We have a plan to recycle all the equipment that will be removed from the property.
Okay. If your company sells to another company, does that burden go off to them?
So then the bond would follow with the next company.
My biggest concern is, what if 30 years from now you're no longer in existence, your company, and it's going to get dumped on the property owners, what I'm afraid of. And at the end of the day, if the property owner, you're talking about, in this case, 35 acres or so, you could still be looking at several $100,000, even $1 million or more, to restore this back to its natural effect. And, my concern is, 15, 20, 30 years, and none of us have that magic ball, that crystal ball, we don't know. But what if you're not around? What if solar, in the next 5 years, something happens and we go down an entirely different path? Who knows? Nuclear power may make a resurgence. We don't know. But I just have a concern that, 20, 30 years from now, if this farm is not in production and it's time to decommission it, my concern is that our landowners and ultimately our taxpayers here in the county are going to get stuck and clean it up.
No, that's, yeah.
And I don't know how you can answer that because we don't have that.
I hear what you're saying, So all of our equipment typically has a 25-year warranty, 25 to 30-year warranty. So this will be in production for at least 25 to 30 years. We like to think longer, but this power purchase agreement we're bidding this in as a flat rate for the next 25 to 30 years, and that the Appalachian Power is eager for those electrons. And if the decommissioning portion, we have the plan. It's going to go with whoever owns the project. So, I mean, you're talking about a 12 to $15 million asset that is not just going to go, I mean, it's not just going to disappear in the, sorry, go on.
Sorry. I just wanted to speak again on the decommissioning plan and the decommissioning bond, because those are requirements of the county's ordinance. So they have to be provided. The bond that's approved, reviewed, and approved by the county attorney's office has to be provided. It has to be updated. It has to meet CPI. So it always has to be there. And so under your ordinance, there can't be a scenario where there's no ability, at least Innovatus isn't planning on going anywhere, but if the worst thing happens, there will be funds that an engineer has certified, that the county attorney is comfortable with, and it is available in the planning office, that bond, so that it is there to address the exact issue that you are expressing concern about, because I think the board has always been concerned about that, and that's why it is in your zoning ordinance that you just adopted. And all of that information is in the application, so.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
How many projects do your company own right now?
Say that one more time. How many do we own?
Do you own?
We own 3 projects at this point. We've built 750 megawatts, but we own about 20 megawatts of those projects. We typically build for other customers.
You build them and sell them, correct?
No, we build them for someone, for an owner. So we typically, our company has evolved. We started as an EPC, engineering, procurement, construction, where we built for someone like BP or like Dominion would come to us and say, can you build this project? So yeah, typically we build for other folks, but this one is one that NCRE, our sister company, owns, and we fully intend to build on behalf of NCRE.
Do you have a customer for this particular project?
Yes, sir. NCRE is the customer.
Say again.
NCRE, who is it's a sister company of Innovatus, owned by Galway Sustainable Energy.
Thank you.
Questions, comments from other supervisors?
Does agrivoltaics? That's the first time I've heard that one.
Oh, really?
Is that you all's word, or the county? Did that come out of the county?
It's utility solar language.
Okay. Well, I would just remind this board. I've heard the talk of the bond being secured. I've heard it over and over and over, and I believe I can recall recent county business where a bond was slipped through the cracks, and people are left holding the bag for it. That's just.
I would say, just generally speaking, from my perspective, utility solar is having its moment in time and it's dissipating. I think it's transitory. I think that SNRs are going to be, and gas powered, it's going to be the future. And personally speaking, utility scale solar is just, it came out of the 2020 Clean Economy Act, right? And we as a board, I can just tell you, irrespective of this case and irrespective of the Planning Commission's rendering, we have been very protective of our resources in our farmland and our tributaries. So I think to get a frame of reference for the level of questions that you're getting generally comes from a baseline of very high concern about the future of utility solar and how the lack of being able to predict consequences and look at trends, it's not there. It's just simply not there.
Yeah. We've been building utility solar since 2008. We have a proven track record. You can look at, we have projects that you can go see. So it's been around. The electrons we're meeting the energy need today. It's not, it's not, there's not a demand in 2030. The demand is right now. and this is, displacing coal and natural gas. It's not saying that there is no place for that it's going to be all solar. That is absolutely not the case. We're diversifying the energy stack for Appalachian Power and for Franklin County.
Yeah, would you agree that if the sun's not shining and if it's at night, your energy production is, it's got to be projected in that manner.
Yeah, it's very predictable.
Yes.
NREL has done lots of irradiance predictions, and if you look at an annual, the amount the sun shines, very predictable, and that's why the utilities are buying this power. It's predictable for when you turn on your gas and your coal. That is, yes, you're absolutely right. You're not producing solar in the evening. So
just a side question because of experience that this board's had. In terms of how you've capitalized your businesses, are the partners or the companies you're doing business with, are they American companies?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? We need to have a public hearing, and we're going to have a public hearing on this matter. And then we will proceed for board discussion after that. So I'm going to open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone signed up?
Casey Gaines.
Good evening, Mr. Gaines. If you'd state your name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, Casey Gaines, let's see, you said address, I'm sorry. Address is P.O. Box 19628, Roanoke, Virginia, 24019.
Do you have a residential address rather than P.O. Box?
Well, yes, that's, I'm here representing Lyona, the Laborers General Construction Union. That's our business address, but I can give you my
I would like your residential
Yep, sure.
address.
It's 6451 Archcrest Drive, apartment 206, Roanoke, Virginia,
Thank you.
24019. Sorry about
Thank you
that.
very much.
Of course. To Madam Vice Chair, members of the board, and Franklin County residents in attendance, good evening. My name is Casey Gaines. I am the Assistant Business Manager of Lyona Local 980. We are located in Roanoke, Virginia, but we do have 24 active Franklin County residents who are members of ours, and 3 of them are in attendance tonight with us. Constitution Solar is an important source of good-paying, family-supporting jobs for not only Lyona members, but also the rest of the local workforce. Our members have gone through training to learn the skills to build energy projects like this safely. With the Tri-Trade Solar Agreement, this apprenticeship and training will reach even more residents of the community. Supporting this project means supporting the men and women who live and work here. I hear there's a lot of opposition in the room. I'm just here to offer support from the local members that we have who, some of which are actually currently unemployed because we are a little slow right now. Construction world typically slows down in the colder months, and so they are currently on our out of work list and trying to provide for their families. So that's why they're here tonight. That's really all I have. I appreciate the time and hope y'all have a good evening.
We appreciate you being with us. Thank you for your remarks. Madam Chair, Clerk, excuse me.
Elizabeth Turner.
Good evening, Ms. Turner. If you'd state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Turner. How is everyone doing tonight?
Good, thank you.
Good. Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Turner. Hold on, let me fix this. I'm here tonight because I love this land, our farms, our homes, and our quiet nights, our open skies, and the place is a blessing, and with that blessing comes a duty to protect it, to care for it, and ensure it remains worth passing down. Let me be very clear. I'm not against progress, and I am not against solar energy, but progress without wisdom is not progress at all. And wisdom starts with honesty. We are no longer accepting these projects being called farms, They are solar facilities, industrial power producing operations, and they must be named, zoned, and regulated as such. Excuse me. Calling them solar farms is misleading. Farmland grows and farmland sustains families. And as I said before, we do not eat electricity. These panels cannot feed our people. And all of our land started as farmland. Yet right now, our community is being asked to give up our farmland, open spaces, and quiet neighborhoods, and host industrial-scale energy projects built for profit, not people. And on top of that, we will pay higher electric bills to subsidize them. That is not fair, that is not stewardship, and that is not how communities should be treated. If this project operates at an industrial scale, it should be treated as an industrial facility. And that raises the real question: why are industrial solar facilities being placed in agricultural zones instead of industrial parks? Industrial areas already have the infrastructure, access, space, and heavy use operations. That's where they belong, not beside homes, not on farmland, not on the heart of our rural community. We've seen what happens when projects are sold with big promises and little accountability. The Ivanpah solar facility in California was once a $2 billion success story, and is now shutting down because it failed to meet expectations and caused environmental damage. Examples like this remind us that these aren't harmless additions to the field. They are industrial operations, and they carry real risks. And let's be honest, many of these companies do not live here. As he stated, he lives in Delaware. As a follower of Jesus, I believe we are called to be good stewards, to protect creation, safeguard life, and make decisions that honor the land God has entrusted to us. So tonight, I ask these questions. Is this the right location for a facility of this size? Should an industrial operation be placed in agricultural zoning? Will it truly benefit this community, or will it burden it? Who will be responsible long-term, local citizens or a chain of LLCs, which we have discussed already? We can support renewable energy without sacrificing our farmland, our home values, and our way of life. This is not about being anti-solar. It's about being pro-Franklin County, pro-truth, pro-responsibility, and pro-future. Let's make decisions that reflect who we are, people who love this county enough to stand up for it, protect it, and speak out when something doesn't add up. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
Virgil Good Jr.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening,
It's an
Madam
honor to
Chairman,
have you.
Madam Chairman, members of the board, thank you for this opportunity, and thank you for taking up the time to deal with this issue, because it involves a lot of time and a lot of work. I just got noticed about my upcoming APCO bill. Man, I tell you, it's going up. I'm tired of situations that encourage increased rates. I can give you 2 examples in Franklin County right now about solar. You can go up on 619, not far from Wadesboro. They got 4 long rows of big solar panels. Andrew Bowman lived right near and had sheds right near. He never paid an APCO bill. I think he had an inverter. Instead, he got a check every month for from APCO. Now, he inherited land in Pennsylvania, and he's gone. But the panels are still up there, and they have been up there a long time. There was a dairy farm down the road from these panels, and I have not heard anybody say that it contaminated any milk or did anything that would harm the land. I want lower, if you can't get lower, lesser increasing rates. Let's take a neighbor of mine. He had to spend a goodly sum to redo his roof. The roofing company talked him into putting solar there. He did. He didn't pay a single dime on a light bill from March up until last month when he had to pay $63. I can tell you, I wish my light bills were like his. And if the General Assembly passes the plug-in law where you can just plug it in, and I suspect the the energy companies will oppose it. You just plug it in and you get to solar energy. And that bill is before the General Assembly. And let me read you what Governor-elect Spanberger has to say. Oh, I didn't vote for it. Let me tell you, I didn't vote for it, but not because of this issue. I voted against it for some other things that I don't agree with. But let me tell you what she said. Legislation on her plates includes measures to speed development of solar facilities, which she said is the fastest and most affordable way to address the high cost of electricity in Virginia. And believe me, the cost is high. I want to see rates lower. We've got a chance with solar. It's cleaner and it's safer. If you don't believe it's safer, go to the people that live near the natural gas pipeline in Appomattox County. It blew up 2 homes, destroyed them, and injured 5 people. And if you go ask those people, I'm sure they'll tell you, I'd rather be right near a solar farm than I have a natural gas pipeline. And you talk about nuclear. Nuclear is not there yet on a very small scale. And if I had a choice between living near a nuclear power plant and a solar thing, I'd prefer solar every day, and I think most people would too. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Grigg. Thank you.
Any questions?
Why don't you put it in your backyard?
I'm going to do it if that bill passes.
I'm going to call a point of order. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to call a point of order, please. I really would like us to all adhere to good decorum here in the boardroom. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
James Brumfield.
Always hard to follow her. I'm James Brumfield, Virgil Goo's brother-in-law and his sister's husband. I've been here 15 years. I moved to the farm. Unfortunately, her husband was killed on that farm in an accident. That's their legacy farm. They've owned it 80 years. It's their property. When this country was discovered and formally founded as the United States, there were 3 major principles: life, liberty, and property. George Washington put it in the Declaration of Independence. Thomas Jefferson changed the word to happiness, because owning property is happiness. This is the Virgil Good property. The man's highway's named after him. An office building behind the courthouse is named after him. The son is right here. He's represented you all for years. Solar is a change. It's different. But this is personal property you're talking about. This is a person's homeland. 1945, he came home from the war and bought this land. He scrubbed it all. For years I did. I didn't get here till 2010. I spent 40 years on the railroad up the road here. Guess what? It's gone. Go up there and see how much is there. When I started, it was headquarters building, thousands of employees. They want to tear down this power plant down here at Walnut Cove. And when they tear it down, they're going to take your railroad track too. Because you know what owns that railroad track? Coal. The only thing you got left is a couple of plastic cars sits here in town. They're going to be sitting in the dirt. I spent 40 years with the railroad. I know how it works. I traveled all over this country with them. I represented all of the major chemical companies in the United States. You name one, I probably worked with it. I'm just telling you, solar is new, it's different. There's people that don't like it. The railroad wouldn't like it because they like to have it in coal. But we're getting away from it. The life is changing. We don't have cars like we used to. Now they want to go electric. A couple of weeks ago, I was overseas. The entire city was electric cars. 5 lanes going in every direction. Electric cars. We're in the country here. It's a different world. But we also have to deal with the real world, and the real world is, this is life, liberty, and property. And you people know you like your property. You don't want somebody telling you what to do. They have busted their rear ends for 5 years trying to develop a program that meets the needs of the public and the neighbors and you people. And we appreciate it. We appreciate it. But we also expect you to appreciate the property rights of this family.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Is it Joseph Brinley?
Good evening, sir. If you'd state your name and address, please.
Joe Brinley at Lewisburg, West Virginia. My office is in Roanoke, Virginia. I'm the business rep for the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, and unions do exist here. And we do have members that live in Franklin County that would love to work here in Franklin County instead of having to travel to Roanoke and beyond to be able to work. They would love to be able to work here locally and be able to get home earlier to their families. If they had lived and worked here closer, they might have been able to make it to the meeting, but since they couldn't, I'm here representing them. We've got 14,000 members in our local from 47 counties in Virginia, DC, and Maryland. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your remarks. Madam Clerk?
Chris Webb?
Good evening, Mr. Webb. If you'd state your name and address, please.
Name's Chris Webb. I'm with the IUOE, which is Operating Engineers, supporting the solar farm. And yeah, we did the Mountain Valley. And everybody around the neighborhood worked in Mountain Valley, not just people from out of town. This job will bring people out of town as well as the community. We've got over 50 people that are operating engineers that lives in Franklin County. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
Bonnie Law?
Good evening, Ms. Law. If you'd state your name and address, please, ma'am.
Bonnie Law, P.O. Box 312, Boones Mill, Virginia.
Can I have a residential address, Bonnie?
I'd rather not give that in a public setting. I'll be happy to give that to the clerk if you don't mind.
If
Okay,
you would, thank you.
Just a couple quick comments, just about my background real quick. I have a BS in Business Administration from the University of Richmond, a long time ago, but I still have it. I worked in the insurance and financial services industry for 33 years approximately. I currently still hold multiple insurance licenses and also 2 financial regulatory licenses at this current moment in time. So I've kind of seen it all, heard it all, worked with thousands of clients through the decades and neighbors and family members, and it's been some hard lessons learned through life when reality sets in. So based on that fact, I'm kind of like Mr. Carter up here. When I hear people tell me I'm from Delaware and I'm here to help you, I get a little concerned because it's my understanding basically in Delaware all you need is a cell phone number and a fake name and you can establish an LLC up there. I'm not an attorney, I'm not stating a fact, but that's what I've been told. But anyway, just have a few points. So they're basically financial insurance related. We learned some very hard lessons dealing with Mountain Valley Pipeline through the last decade. And one of those lessons was that it was always an attorney in fact that wanted to sign all the paperwork. And that was always Mr. Third-party contractor this or third-party company this. They never have any brick and mortar or employees W-2'd on their staff. If we're going to be dealing with any kind of paperwork that says attorney in fact, we need to, one, be sure we accept a copy of their operating agreement or a copy of any authorization signed by that LLC, which shows who, in fact, appointed the attorney in fact and hold that person responsible or look into their credentials. It goes back to the statement I heard earlier today, you don't know what you don't know. I want my neighbors protected. I want Mr. Good protected. I want our county protected. Is this a good deal for him? Is this a good deal for our county? So In every presentation that I hear about these solar farms, and I've heard so many, they make my head spin by this point in time. I never hear any mention of an environmental bond. They did speak about a decommissioning bond tonight, but I never hear any information about an environmental bond. And I never hear, if it's so great and it's the greatest thing to come down the pike, why are they not willing to establish a cash mitigation fund up front to cover any damages that might occur when the development's in process of operating? If a tornado comes through and blasts it into, a billion pieces, who's going to be responsible for the cleanup at that point in time? So, and also the last point, I want the proper tax zoning classification. Is it going to be industrial once it's completed and our county gets more revenue for it? So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Law.
Courtney Smith.
Good evening. If you'd state your name and address, please.
My name is Courtney Smith, maiden name Prilliman. I am proudly from Providence Church Road in Henry, fourth generation. I do have a comment that if Mr. Good wants solar panels, he can put them on his own house to help his own electricity bill. I would also like to talk about the headaches, the nausea, the fatigue from radiating off the panels for the people who live near the solar farms. I want to talk about the impact on Franklin County tourism. We had $74.7 million in revenue in 2024. That supports 547 local jobs. Visitors come here for the Blue Ridge mountain views and our authentic rural character. But massive solar farms threaten what makes our county special. The property values. A Virginia Tech study found property values within 3 miles of solar farms drop around 5%. These are homes that people have spent their lives investing in and land generations worked to pass down to their children, as I am one of them. Environmental and safety risks. A lot of people have already said this, but what about the heat island effect? Raises local temperatures, negative impacts residents and ecosystems. The community and voice representation. The majority of the residents oppose these projects. Under Virginia nuisance law, one person's right to have their land ends where it causes harm to their neighbor. It should be fully disclosed to the farmers what's going to happen to their land after the solar farm is decommissioned. The following is left in the land, in the ground: metal, copper, aluminum, PVC, plastic, contaminated backfill, concrete footers, and deep grounding grids, making the land completely unusable. Trading our most fertile farmland and grassland inhabitants to turn on the lights in an AI data center will go down as one of the biggest mistakes we could make. I would also like to get a stand of who in this room is against these farms. I'm here to ask y'all once again to say no. Say no to these solar farms. I'm sure there is something else we could do.
Thank you very much.
Byron Brooks.
He left.
Okay. There are several folks that are signed up under public comments for solar farm. Was there anyone else that wanted to speak about solar farms in this meeting? Okay.
Yeah, the public hearing for this is directly correlated to this application. So if you want to speak during public comment about utility solar otherwise, then that would be under regular public comment. This public comment needs to be germane to this topic that we're discussing tonight. And I apologize if there's been confusion on that.
Hi, my name is Aaron Arnold with Senator Stanley's office.
Hi, Aaron.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, sorry.
That's okay.
Madam Vice Chair and members of the board. How's everybody doing this evening?
Great.
Outstanding. So I have a letter from Senator Stanley that I'm going to read here. Dear Madam Vice Chair and members of the board, I regret that prior commitments prevent me from attending this evening's meeting in person. I have asked my Chief of Staff, Aaron Arnold, to read this letter on my behalf regarding the proposed solar farm project before you tonight. Let me be direct. I have serious reservations about utility-scale solar projects in Franklin County. Our agricultural land is among the most valuable resources we have. Once productive farmland is covered with solar panels, it is effectively removed from agricultural use for decades. We should not be sacrificing the land that has sustained our families and our local economy for generations in exchange for an inefficient energy source that cannot reliably meet our power needs. Solar energy remains one of the last efficient and least reliable forms of power generation. These facilities only produce electricity when the sun shines, yet they cause lasting damage to the land itself. The construction process compacts soil, disrupts natural drainage patterns, and strips away topsoil that took generations to develop. Heavy metals and chemicals from the panels can leach into the ground over time, and when these projects are eventually decommissioned, the land is often left degraded and unsuitable for the farming once it is supported. Franklin County's strength lies in its farms, its forests, and its people, not in industrial energy pushed by out-of-state developers. Beyond my broader concerns, constituents have raised a procedural issue with this application. The applicant reportedly removed the required public hearing signage from the property while the hearing remains pending. This is not a minor technicality. Proper signage ensures that community members are aware of the proposed projects and have fair opportunity to participate in the process. I urge the board to reject this application and to think carefully about the long-term consequences of converting our farmland into solar installations. Once the land is gone, it's gone. Thank you for your service to Franklin County. Respectfully, William M. Stanley, Jr., Senator, 7th Senatorial District, Virginia. Thank you.
I have no one else signed up for that.
Okay, before I close this public hearing, is there anyone else that did not sign up but wishes to speak on this application? Well, really the appeal, I should say, of the Planning Commission.
I did sign up and I won't be able to speak.
Is it on this matter?
Yeah, it's on this and.
Please come forward. Yes, ma'am. If you would state your name and address, please.
I'll give my address to her. if that's
I
okay.
understand. If you would, thank you.
My name is Joanna Culp, and I'll give you my address information later. I appreciate the board members and this hard task that you're faced with, because it is heated. I come here to talk about the proposed solar farm. And in general about all future proposals for solar farming or any industry that is not beneficial for our community. In my opinion, solar farms like this are not good for Franklin County. One of the great draws for our area is natural beauty. This is a resource that needs to be actively and continually protected. We need to attract, promote, and approve industries that do not harm our beautiful landscape. Industries that will not cost the county more than they brought in to cover costs to fix, clean up, or make safe our county at the end of their contract or time here. We need to be keenly on guard against the destruction of once pristine farmland becoming a dumping ground for any industry willing to say, pay, and promise anything to get their foot in the door, then slam that door behind them as they leave a ticking time bomb for our citizens and generations to come to deal with. I'm originally from Spotsylvania County. In the mid-'80s, I fled the onslaught of a planning commission and board of supervisors who were more interested in the dollar than they were in their county. I'm going to skip down because I'm probably going to run out of time. That comment was said for any of you who are familiar with the Spotsylvania and Fredericksburg area. Route 1 is a pit. This board has the great opportunity to set standards for leadership, responsibility, and well-being for all the citizens of Franklin County. An opportunity to do the right thing, an opportunity to stand up to companies dressed in sheep's clothing, whose bottom line has no interest in a healthy future for the men, women, and children of our beloved county. We beg you to look deep in your heart and conscience. Is this really the path Franklin County should take? Or do you have the courage, faith, and love of our wonderful county and its people to just say no to solar farming and any predatory industries? Are you completely comfortable with your stand on this issue? If not, you must vote against it. Thank you for your time, and God bless.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Yes, sir. Good evening. If you state your name and address, please.
963 By Ridge Road, Henry, Virginia. I just want to say we don't want any solar farms. We don't want any data centers. I've did a lot of research on the solar farms, on solar panels, the lithium battery disposal, the solar panel disposals, and water contamination. And as everybody knows, the SEC works hand in hand with the AP. Why do we want to keep making them richer? I'm on a fixed income. So, and I've checked into solar. I've had several companies come to my house and tell me what I need. And I said, oh boy, won't have to pay an electric bill. No, you still got to pay 30% to AEP. I said, what are you talking about? And the funny thing about this is, this guy's name, the last one that come to see me, is Cash Hasworth. You think that's by coincidence? Think about it. But anyway, people on fixed income, you know, I've begged the AP. I've had them come down and check my meter. The electric bill keeps going up. I look and I'm like, I got a line going over here to my neighbor's house. It's on a dusted dawn light. I said, hey, am I paying for a dusted dawn light? No. But literally, I went to Florida 5 years ago. I turned everything off in my house except the refrigerator. No heat at all. My electric bill was $152. Somebody give me an explanation of that. I want to know. And this, I'm voting against this thing, and people will tell you these Tesla cars, all these fancy electronic cars, now, what are you going to do with them when the battery goes dead? There's people taking them out in deserts and blowing them up. Get on Google and Google that. What is the solar farm going to benefit me? Am I going to get free electricity? You know, will my bill even come down? Probably not. It's going to go up. We don't need that. I know what I'm talking about. I've had 3 different companies, solar companies, come and tell me what they would do and how much it's going to cost me. So for that reason, I'm against it. Don't want it, don't need it. This county don't need it. I appreciate you listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, well, this last call, anybody that would like to speak to the board on this matter? Okay, if not, I will close this public hearing. I think that the board is going to need some deliberative time on this. Mr. Tatum, do you have a motion to offer, please?
Yes, I do.
Lori, can we make comments before the motion's made?
Of
Is that
course.
possible?
I was going to make a motion going to closed session for legal counsel.
Oh, okay.
I think it would be
Yeah.
advisable to wait
Okay.
if you're okay with that.
Yeah, that's fine, yeah.
Okay, Madam Vice Chair, the Franklin County Board of Supervisors moves to enter into a closed meeting in accordance with 2.2-3711A8, legal consultation with legal counsel employed or retained by a public body regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Nick. I'll do a roll call vote. Madam Clerk, if you may.
Supervisor Quinn?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Jamison?
Yes.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
And Chairman Thompson is absent for the vote.
We will meet in informed and right as possible. So thank you for your indulgence. Mr. Tatum, if you would bring us out of closed session into open session, please.
Okay, I certify that only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed session to which this certification applies, and only such business matters as were identified in the motion by which this closed session was convened were heard, discussed, or considered in the meeting to which this certification applies.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Mitchell, roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Supervisor Jamison?
Yes.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Quinn?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
And Chairman Thompson is absent for the vote.
Thank you very much. Okay, in continuation of our discussion on this matter, subsequent public hearing, I'm going to just open up for discussion, comments, really just comments, if any of the supervisors would wish to make any at this time. Dan?
I'll make comments.
Sure.
So I just wanted, I'm very sympathetic with a lot of the, I'm going to move that. I'm very sympathetic with a lot of the negative comments that were made about the solar farm. However, our decision here is about whether this application is in conformance with the comp plan. It's a very narrow decision. And our planning department ruled that this application is in conformance with the comprehensive plan, and I agree with that decision. Further to that, I would say other things that are important to me. This property is in an unzoned area. Unzoned means, by definition, there are no zoning restrictions. I believe property rights are paramount in these unzoned areas, and it's a dangerous precedent to begin arbitrarily denying certain property uses. The application is well-written. It's approved by the county attorney and supported by the county staff. The proposed site complies with county guidelines for solar farms, and the proposed site plan exceeds the county requirements. And this site would use 168 acres of the 1,500-acre solar farm maximum. And by doing that, it avoids other more sensitive areas where we might put solar farms. So I'll stop at that and then allow others to make comment.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. Floor is open. Any other comments from supervisors? Okay, if there are none, I will entertain a motion.
So I'll make a motion. I move that the board overrule the Planning Commission's decision to disapprove the proposed public utility 5 MG utility scale solar generation facility on property identified as tax map and parcel number 11100174001 in the county's real estate records at issue in case number CONF-07-25-18354 as being substantially in accord with the comprehensive plan with the 2 conditions recommended by staff that 1, the project shall be developed in substantial conformance with the conceptual plan titled Constitution Solar, Innovative Solar LLC, dated July 1st, 2025. And 2, applicant shall comply with the Franklin County, Virginia utility scale solar generation facility siting policy.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. I'm going to pause at this time. If the county attorney would just set a framework up for this vote before we take it, please.
Yes, ma'am. Just for clarity, a yes vote on this motion that was just read is to overrule the PC, meaning the project is approved. A no vote on this motion is to uphold the PC's decision, meaning that the project remains disapproved.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so we've got a motion on the floor. let's take a vote. We need a second.
Have to move forward without one.
Okay. Is that where we are? Okay. Madam Clerk?
Supervisor Carter,
No.
Supervisor Mitchell,
No.
Supervisor Smith,
No.
Supervisor Quinn,
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum,
No.
Supervisor Jamison,
No.
and Chairman Thompson's absent for the vote.
Okay. Thank you all very much for your consideration, and I appreciate everyone being here and voicing your opinions. Very important to the processes. You've got representation, and we want to be that for you. And so we've concluded this matter on the agenda. The next item that we have, and it will be the last, will be public comment. We have now reached the time set aside in our meeting for public comment. Public comment gives citizens an opportunity to address the board in person or in writing on matters appropriate to the responsibilities of the board. Each speaker will be limited to three minutes for their comments. Speakers must direct all comments to the board as a whole and not to individual board members or employees of the board or county. Personal attacks and insulting, profane, or vulgar language will not be tolerated. Likewise, commentary on issues that are not within the purview of the board and that are not a function of local government and over which we have no control are not acceptable. Public comment is not a question and answer session, and the board members will not answer questions during public comment. If a speaker violates these rules, the chair may rule the speaker out of order, and upon second violation, have the speaker removed from the podium. So with that said, Madam Clerk, do we have anyone signed up to speak?
Eric Klotz,
Hello. How are you?
I'm doing well. Yourself?
Doing well. If you'd state your name and address, please.
Yeah, my name is Eric Klotz at 1217 Walnut Run Drive, Hardy, Virginia. Good evening, Madam Vice Chair and members of the board. My name is Eric Klotz, and I live at sorry. I want to speak plainly about transparency and accountability. On October 14th, 2025, at the NAACP Candidate Forum, 2 supervisors seated at the same table as I pledged full transparency if reelected. Those commitments were made publicly and on the record. Yet following their reelection on November 4th, it appears both supervisors abandoned that pledge. Along with other board members, they conducted disciplinary discussion concerning Supervisor Dan Quinn in closed session. The only public record was a formal censure that presented only the board's narrative. The public was given a one-sided conclusion while being denied a fair and open process. That is not transparency, that is manipulation. Closed sessions are intended to be rare and necessary, not a shield from public accountability, especially for officials who campaign on transparency and then retreated from it when it became convenient. This was not a minor administrative matter. It was a former censure of an elected official chosen by the voters. When decisions of this magnitude are made in secret and quietly memorialized in meeting minutes, public trust is undermined. For that reason, I am formally calling on this board to immediately agree to provide Supervisor Quinn the opportunity to present his full narrative and defense during the January public session on the record so the public can hear the facts as they were withheld from them. You cannot promise transparency, govern in secrecy, and expect public trust to endure. People are paying attention, and when words and actions do not align, there are consequences which are decided at the ballot box. Franklin County deserves more than selective transparency and closed-door accountability. We deserve a board that follows through on its promises and upholds its principles. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
Jerry Prilliman. Oh, okay. Elizabeth Turner. Okay. Is Virgil Good still here? Okay, yeah. James Brumfield.
He's left.
Courtney Smith. Bonnie Law, did you want to speak again? Okay.
Hello, Bonnie. If you'd state your name and address again, please.
Bonnie Law, P.O. Box 312, Boones Mill, Virginia. I just want to follow up on some of the comments that I made earlier. I have not personally looked at the comp plan in a couple years, or may not have already been addressed. I don't have an update on that, but I would like for the board or the county staff to look into if there's any existing solar projects in the county at this moment in time, if they've already been developed and they're up and running, if they could potentially be reclassified into possibly an industrial classification, would probably enable us to bring in more tax revenue from those development sites. So I'm not sure how they're classified or zoned, or how the tax classification falls on these developments, but I would just prefer that that be looked into, and maybe somebody can come back and give an explanation on that. Because this may be an opportunity for the county to bring in some more revenue that we are not really taking advantage of right now. So, and on a final note, I'm really sorry that Mr. Thompson is not here this evening. He is actually my representative on the board, and I know he's under the weather and he's not well tonight. So I just wanted to say thank you to him if he's listening. And I know he held that seat for a long time, and he had a lot of difficult issues to deal with during his tenure on the board. He had the Mountain Valley Pipeline for a decade. He had the purchase and development of Summit View. He had school closings to deal with, some very contentious school board budget meetings and real estate tax increase meetings, of which I was, of course, privy to a lot of this myself from attending prior board meetings in years past. So I just wanted to thank Mr. Thompson for his service, and just tell him I appreciate him holding the line on a lot of issues through the years. So I wish him a very Merry Christmas and a healthy and prosperous New Year. So thank you all.
Thank you, Bonnie.
Kevin Hughes.
Good evening, Mr. Hughes.
Good evening.
If you'd list your name and address, please.
Yep. Kevin Hughes. I live in Stillwater Drive in Union Hall. I come to address you guys tonight. Appreciate the time. I've been here in Franklin County since 2018. I did 40 years in DOD, as 23 active duty, 17 as civil service. Ran a bunch of programs, high dollar, ACAT 1, weapons systems development programs. One of the things becomes super apparent when you're doing that is, and not to preach to you guys, but just to tell you experience and some foundation, perception. It became readily apparent always your perception was every bit as important as the reality of what's going on. Now, I love living here. That's why I retired here. I've been all over the world. So, I watch a lot of stuff that goes on up here. Mr. Quinn, Supervisor Quinn, he spells things out and we get to see things. And it feels good. You guys are just watching this tonight. That was quite an event. I'm glad I got to see it. Not a difficult or easy decision. So thank you for going through all that trouble. That's what I like about what I get to see with Dan. He spells this stuff out. We get to see it. We get to know what's going on. I feel good about my community. It's a great place to live. So thank you for that. But him getting censored kind of struck a chord with why. So I look, right? He got censored, as far as I can tell. The easiest perspective is for asking the question. Not the investigation of what was questioned. No one seemed to have looked at that. Didn't get looked at. He asked the question, he got censored. That's like dropping an anvil on a fly. Why so heavy? It makes me ask more questions. Do I want to know? I want to know. I want to know what's going on. So here we are in Franklin County, the place I choose for my home, and now I have a question about my local government. And I'm asking for you to be transparent. We heard it earlier. I'm going to say it again. Want some transparency? Maybe it was a nothing. Maybe it was. But we shouldn't have that kind of censor. I want him to ask questions. He's my representative down Union Hall. I want him to ask questions when things are up. You want him to. We all do. We want the truth. That's all. And I want him to be treated right. But that's not what this is about. This is about getting the truth for us. I live here, I pay taxes, we vote, I want the truth. And I thank you for your time and appreciate you listening.
Thank you very much.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Anybody else in the audience that would like to be heard this evening that hasn't signed up? Okay, we will close public comment. As a reminder, this Thursday's work session is canceled. On behalf of the board, I would like to wish everyone a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and be with your family over the holidays and remember what it's all about. So I will adjourn this meeting until January 5th, when we will have our organizational meeting in this room. Thank you all very much.